globally. Okay? So thanks for participating, and I thank you all to make the event success.
Thank you so much. Dr. Prakash, of course, the pratha, the tradition has to continue with you as well, sir. Requesting you to please come on back. Or, sir, do you have a mic there? So, one small question to you. So, we want, along with the audience, we want to time travel with you. So, this is the 16th ICCCNT. So, let's go back 17 years. What was your motivation to start this creation, to start this cycle?
I am Kapilan. I passed away. I and Kapilan, we are the co-founder for this conference. So we just started. We want to do some IEEE activity as a hobby. So we just first time started, and I was a student in Texas. So just like a hobby, and we want to try something in IEEE activity. So that's how we started in 2008, with 300 or 400 papers. Then, as the time passes, then I have to take a lot of responsibilities. And since I was in the US, then I tried to mimic the model of top conferences in the US.
Wow.
So, because in US, it is just not like people come and present the papers. They also will be. So if there is a conference which is for 5 days, they like to engage all the 5 days in different activities. So it's not only the PowerPoint, it will be a lot of workshops, exhibitions, other shows. So this is the first time I'm trying to introduce that. So all these days I'm trying to focus on bringing more papers with more diversities. So this is the first time, just the cross 10,000 and all, I don't need to worry about bringing papers. So now I can focus on workshops and exhibitions, which will be more interactive for the audience. So now more audience will come to our conference. They can stay for 3-4 days. And they don't need to, even if they are keeping with the historic place, but people will come for learning something new.
Absolutely, sir. Could not agree more. Could not agree.
So this is the reason I want to introduce workshop and exhibitions. Where people will show interest, there is a reason to come to the conference. So that's my question.
Fantastic, sir. What started off as an activity for IEEE soon became an activity to give back to the society. So can we have a big round of applause for the creator of this fantastic idea. Many congratulations yet again, sir. Your creation has officially hit 16, sweet 16 it is. Do we start, sir? So, we'll continue? Okay, alright, okay. Okay, it is started. Sure. Fantastic. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you our next leader, none other than the chief guest of the hour, Professor Suhas S. Joshi, Director IT Indore, with a big roaring round of applause. Requesting all the leaders to please stand up. And sir, what a presence, sir, what a privilege. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your presence, sir. Stage is all yours.
Good morning to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. A lot of eminent, I think, professors and participants are online. They have joined this conference. 10,000 is a really big landmark. I would say 10,000 participants is a. I have not heard any conference that has 10,000. I have heard maybe something like 1,000, probably the abstracts and something, but 10,000 is a really great achievement for the conference organizers, I think, Professor Prakash. And I would say that with Professor Prakash and other one, Surya Prakash, it is going to be even bigger. So we are likely to have more success as we go ahead. I'm not really in the field, but I think computing, communications, networking technologies, many of our professors are working. Professor Pachuri is one of our leading eminent professors in the field of communication. he has developed several technologies. Maybe you will get a chance to talk to him. There are other professors who are working in the domain of VLSI, medical imaging, language models, deep learning, blockchain security, and several domains our professors are working. So I would like you to interact with them and have a better time here. We have several laboratories. One of them I would say is a drone education laboratory where we teach programming of the drones to various students and users from various sources. We also have a maker space where all the first year students actually make the most advanced device, which involves electronic circuitry, which involves computer programming, which involves networking, sensors, 3D printing, lasers, everything involved, and they make a device, the first year students. So that kind of maker space is also there in the institute, which is one of its kind initiative among the IITs. I would request you to visit the maker space when you are on the campus. This time I think the students are making some kind of a drone in that in the maker space, so it is more relevant to you. Overall, IIT Indore has a vibrant research culture. We have more than 9,000 publications in last 16 years, which is international journal publications, which is one of its kind among the second generation IITs. We have more than 200 technologies ready for translation at various stages in the institute, and we have 13 departments and several centers of excellence. Among all these programs, I would say the computer science and engineering has started a very new program this year, in which the students from any branch or BTech students from any branch can stay back 1 year extra and do their MTech in computer science and engineering in the computer science engineering department. So you can have a student from metallurgy, you can have a student from mechanical or any background, provided they do at least 4 foundational courses during their curriculum, and more required during their final 1 year MTech program, extra 1 year. So they will get a degree of basic degree from their department plus MTech in computer science from the IIT Indore. So that's a new scheme which IIT has introduced, and IIT Indore has introduced, and we got it approved just in the last Senate meeting. We also have several other programs which are fairly computational oriented and communication oriented. One such program is the BTech in Space Science and Engineering. Now you know that after the landing of Chandrayaan on Moon, there is a huge growth in the domain of space science and engineering. And riding on that wave, we have started BTech program in Space Science and Engineering. It's one of the only program among the IITs. It is only at IIT Indore, and it's attracting students of very high ranks among the JEE entrants. Besides this, IIT Indore has a very green campus. You have come at the right time, that it has rained a bit and now it has become extremely green. We are also nurturing 200 acres of forest in the institution. So the backside of the institute is 200 acres of preserved forest, which there is nothing can be built on that. It has to be, biodiversity has to be preserved or encouraged. If possible, I think one of those mornings, early mornings, if you can take a walking round it's about 3.5 kilometers. Maybe by the time you come out, it is 5 kilometers round. But you can take a stroll of 5 kilometers and come back and have a breakfast at the guest house. So you can talk to security and the registrar, and if that kind of thing can be arranged, it will be a nice visiting. We have several bird watching towers. We have dams in the. We have built actually all those things in our forest area. So you can have opportunity to visit them. Another important, the highlight of IIT Indore is one of the best sports facilities. We have conducted what is called as inter-IIT sports facilities. You all must have seen the Olympics last year, and this is the mini Olympics within the IIT community, where all IIT students, they are all intelligent students, but they all are good at sports and they compete. It is as good as a Olympic here. So we have a swimming pool, we have a athletic track, we have everything. You name the game and we have the facility for that. But I will also urge you to take a stroll on our synthetic athletic track when you are here, maybe in the morning or evening. You need soft shoes, sport shoes only to go to the athletic track. That's what is the only requirement. But yes, that is also one of the iconic facilities, and not many IITs have that kind of facility. So with all these attractions around, I would also request you to focus on your discussions and deliberations during the conference, and I hope that you will come out with some of the new suggestions, and I declare that the conference is open and hope that it will have resounding success. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for none other than Professor Suhas Joshi sir. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
It cannot come out. It has a wire at the bottom.
Sir, I think your new title should be the brand ambassador of IIT Indore, because the passion with which you speak about IIT is unmatchable. My God, explanation of the term synthetic, sir, the depth. This is leadership at its finest. A big round of applause to none. Sir, please come back. So, by the way, after watching you and hearing you talk, right, sir, and I'm sure sir will vouch for it, we totally understand out of all the IITs in India why IEEE chose IIT Indore for Asia's largest IEEE conference. So again, a big round of applause for none other than leadership like this. Sir, you answered on behalf of Professor Surya Prakash, but now it is, sir, your turn. What is that one quality that Shri Joshi ji has that makes him this astute leader that he is, that makes him the ultimate brand ambassador of IIT Indore?
Yeah, I think that is a very dynamic person. Time he has joined, he started so many programs, lot of development is happening, the main thing I would say that Sir started so many new things. For example, he was talking about MTech program in CSE. It is very tight and it's very good. So a lot of people are aspiring to have a degree in computer science.
Wow.
So they end up in other streams. And there's a very good chance to actually take a few more steps in this taking from computer science.
Wow.
Yeah. So this is one of the things that we are targeting. We have started design program, many other activities that have started. And the campus is flourishing very in a very good way.
We can see that, sir. Again, thank you for giving us, for honoring us with your presence, sir. Sir, Dr. Prakash wants to have a word, sir. Yeah.
So I'm very happy to see you have space program here. So next year, the guy from NASA is going to visit our IIT delegations. That's our meeting one. He usually comes sometimes, he is busy. So maybe you want IIT Indore to collaborate with NASA because next year they participate.
So our students will be very happy because one is saying something we will heard that they are not happy.
Thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, again a big round of applause for none other than Professor Joshi. Again, sir, we are so honored to have you. Thank you for your time, sir. Sir, and I would definitely want to connect with you. Can you big round of applause for the gentleman right in front? Sir, the energy and the sound with which you're cheering, you're encouraging these leaders, amazing. You'll give all these youngsters a run for their money.
One word I want to.
Please, sir, please.
When we talk about sports, see which many, the higher education institution, top institution, they ignore today.
Wow,
That
absolutely.
will make, IIT Indore a number one IIT in less than 5 years.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Body and mind, without body, mind doesn't work.
Wow.
So that the professor has identified rightly, he is telling this is number one in sports. I am very, very confident.
Fantastic, sir. Sure, sir.
After developing the facilities, we have now created one seat for a BTech student in our institute per branch who has excelled in sports in last 4 years. Okay, so if you have excelled at national and international level in last 4 years, then you can still get an admission in IIT Indore, even though you have little lower scores. So that's an additional thing which we have started.
I said this is not fair, sir. IITians take away all the jobs and now they'll take away one Olympic medal also. This is just fantastic. I mean, again, a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you.
What he talked about.
Wow, beautiful.
The beauty of good, what we need, the kind of lung space. These two are very, very important, sir. Hats off to you.
Fantastic. I'm just being on repeat saying wow because I'm genuinely, truly impressed, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now like to present the next leader, Professor Kamesh Namaduri from North Texas University of USA, all the way, the biggest patron of ICCCNT who's traveled the maximum number of kilometers just to get an opportunity to interact with you, sir. So thank you so much for your time. The stage is all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a privilege and an honor to be here, sharing the stage with eminent faculty and director of IIT Indore. As we all know, IITs and NITs are backbones of our country in terms of teaching, preparing future workforce and future leaders. So obviously, we heard a lot about Professor Suhas from the IT director here. So he is doing the perfect job, and it is I can see and I heard from him and I heard from other people what a terrific leadership that he has. He's actually taking care and leading the prestigious IIT. And this trip actually was something interesting to me because I had a chance to spend about a couple of weeks in IIT Hyderabad. And their specialty is on drones, and I had a chance to visit NIT Warangal, and I'm working with them on the satellite communication, and very specifically we're looking at space, air and ground integrated networks. And I had a chance to work directly with PhD scholars, and I am very impressed by the dedication. Now, take a simple example. There was one student coming from a small, not really a small village, but it's a small town, but it's Rajahmundry, it's a reasonable size town. And that person, the student actually spends from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. in the lab. It's not the number of hours I'm counting, but the dedication. The dedication that a student, a scholar is spending, and that is because of the facilities, for example, the NIT is providing. And obviously, all NITs and all IITs are doing the same, providing them with excellent facilities, number one. And then the teachers, they say, Yada Raja Tada Praja. They say, if the leaders are good, then other people will follow. So I'm actually emphasizing the importance of the leadership. As a faculty member, if I say I'm working from home and I sit at home, obviously things won't happen. It's not that easy to say, do what I say. but do what I do. That you don't even have to tell. I don't have to tell any professor or director doesn't have to tell, okay, follow me. He doesn't have to tell, people will follow. And that kind of leadership is being provided by IITs, and I'm so happy to be here, sir. And there's a lot to learn, Then the other thing is the government, and I'm so impressed by the government that spending so much of funding, so giving so much of funding, so much of effort, and again leadership from the country. So as Prakash was telling, okay, Prakash was telling, we started with a simple vision from about 300 papers and now turned into 10,000 papers. I'll talk about that a little bit later. The thing is, how did it happen? It happened because of the vision, and only few people actually are sufficient. You don't need a lot of people. The key thing is, one person can make a difference. So I think in our case, in this case, the Modi government is doing an excellent job in providing the necessary infrastructure and funding. Without that, obviously, we cannot build enterprises. So that's number two. And I think when Prakash was mentioning before that yes, we can have conferences led by Indian communities. So it doesn't matter where you are and what you are doing. The key thing is, can we take up a job and do it properly, do it in the right way. And I think the conference is growing to that stage. And regarding the conference, I have some suggestions. So one is, now we are not looking for numbers. So we got already numbers and 10,000. But what is next? We need to build the quality. For example, the first thing I would like to see in future, what are the metrics? The number is one thing. That's in terms of quantity. But in terms of quality, what are our metrics? How are we doing the review? And how can somebody see that? Okay, I recognize the contribution of this conference. So I request all the organizing committee members to emphasize on the quality of this. So create a document of the manifesto. This is how we conduct business, and then make it transparent. Everybody should be able to see how we are doing things. So that is my key suggestion for all the organizers. So those are the things, and I will talk more. And for the last 16 years, I've been working in the area of drones. I'm going to, of course, talk about more on that. Okay, but again, I sincerely commend the organizing committee and the IIT Indore for hosting this, and then all the thought leadership of the organizing committee as well as the IIT Indore. I appreciate all the efforts. Thank you.
So when is your birthday?
June 26th.
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, can you firstly wish Professor Kamesh a happy belated birthday, but very, very recently on the 26th of June, sir has his birthday. So, sir, Janamdin ki bahut shubhkamnaएं. Happy birthday on behalf of everyone. So, I know personally the sort of leader that you are. If we were to ask your birthday wish, I know for a fact you will say, I don't want anything. Sir, what is your wish for your students? If I had to, sir. If IEEE has to ask you, what is that one wish that you would want for all your students?
That's certainly a hard question to answer, but yeah, and I'll do my best. See, when I got this opportunity, in fact, I was able to go to US. In fact, at that time, opportunities are less in India. Probably, if I were a student here now, I wouldn't even go anywhere. I would do my work in one of these IITs or NITs or wherever I am. It doesn't matter which university you are. But I think at that time, I was telling my mom, she was thinking, oh, he's going somewhere, and literally for 6 years I didn't even go home after coming to US. But that was a great opportunity, and I made use of that. So my mom was wondering, what is this guy doing? Why he is not coming? so I was telling her, Mom, I'm working on a small idea. That idea is, how do you make a blind person see? And then she appreciated that. She said, okay, he's doing something good. So my point is that how much I was able to contribute not me, my student was able to do 50% of what I wanted to do. So the thing is, my suggestion is dream big and then work hard to make that a reality. Dream big and substantiate and work hard to make it a reality. That is my suggestion.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for none other than Kamesh sir. By the way, sir mentioned such a heart-touching note. Sir has been with us from the first conference, the 16th year. So thank you so much. I mean, what an accelerator, what a catalyst you've been.
Yeah, in fact, I forgot to mention an important thing. There are people behind this conference, Dr. Kapilan, who is no more, and they worked with Prakash, and Manikantan, he's there, right, sitting there. And today he was arranging all this thing. I was telling him, why are you doing all this? You're supposed to be here. But the point is, there are a lot of hard work behind this conference and how it came to this level. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Joshi, of course, firstly, so thank you so much for your time. You've been with us from the start of the show. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, Professor Joshi has some commitments to take care of. So before you leave, requesting Dr. Prakash to present a small memento token of our appreciation on behalf of IEEE and IIT Indore.
In fact, there's a plantation drive people are waiting for.
Oh, wow. Sir, every activity that you mentioned is happening live right now. Fantastic, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, what a momentous occasion this is. What a privilege yet again.
I will take leave. All the best to all.
Professor Joshi, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. None other than Sir from now on, of course, the brand ambassador of IIT Indore for you. Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you for your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, we now request Professor Tapal Kumar Gandhi from IIT Delhi. Sir, again, I mean, one leader after the other. Stage is all yours, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, respected faculty members, dear participants, both those who are attending online as well as offline. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to this 16th ICCCNT. So here, I was thinking that from where I'll start, because there are two things. One about the conference, how it started, and about the conference, that what this ICCCNT is going to give you. The first thing, coming to the conference, so of course, as Dr. Prakash already mentioned, that this is the largest conference in Asia, which has crossed 10,000 milestone. And as you know, that CBPR, which is one of the largest conference in the world, and in its 43rd edition, it has paper of around 13,000, and you can see that on this 16th conference, it has already touched 10,000 milestone. This is really remarkable, and I'm happy to know Dr. Duryaswamy many years. So when he started this conference, that time, as you mentioned, that Professor Joshi, here the director is Professor Joshi, and again this conference was first chaired by Professor Joshi from Electrical Engineering IIT Delhi, and then he transferred this responsibility to me. Okay, Tapan, you just take the lead in this conference and help Prakash to organize this thing. That's how I came to this picture, and since the time I've seen that it's, I can say that from the baby stage to the youth, I've seen the journey. Then of course, we are looking forward for the adulthood. Of course, not the adulthood, that we'll see that how far it's going. And already he has given a milestone that when it will happen in IIT Delhi next year, it should cross the milestone of CBPR. So nearly, 15,000. This is his objective, and also I'll share some of the big objectives what he has during my few minutes talk. And of course this is truly international kind of, because actually you know that in India we organize many conferences, and to the best of my knowledge this is a conference where nearly 100 countries are participating. This is really a huge success. And already Professor Kameswar already mentioned about one thing which is also very, very important to all of us, those who are academicians, the quality. So of course, I mean, you cannot achieve both quality and the numbers at the same time. And this is true because you know Hagen's uncertainty principle. You cannot measure the momentum as well as the position of the particle at the same time. Likewise, you cannot maintain everything together. So now, it says given the visibility, this is one of the largest conferences in Asia. In the same time, we need to make sure that how we can increase the quality of this conference. So this is really a huge challenge. Coming to this conference, the theme of this conference, computing, communication and networking. And of course, the journey started many hundred years back. So if you look at the computing, automation, it happened, I mean, maybe down the timeline, if you go back 500 years back, it started the journey. The word computing came the time, it's a job title, because when people are thinking about to come up with some kind of automation methods, then mechanical, electronics, all these things happened, and today we are in the era of artificial intelligence. And if you look at the communication and networking, these are not very, very old. If you see, actually, the real advancement is the early 2000. So, and you know that the first email was sent using the technology. You know that the platform called the ARPANET in 1971. And after that, with the evolution, I mean, of all this computing techniques, the communication network, and the connectivity, we are able to achieve whatever we have achieved today. So if you look back in this computing, communication, networking, then of course you will realize that we have given a quantum jump. But this is not the last. Actually, we have to cover a long journey, right? And if you look at the present, this is you know that this present is defined by the widespread cloud adoption. This is the mobile connectivity and integration of AI. So now we all are talking about how we can integrate the AI, as the director was rightly saying that they have also integrated this MTech in this course curriculum, that anybody from any kind of domain can come to this computer science and pursue the 1-year MTech program. So that means the IIT Indore is also moving in the right direction according to the theme of this conference, that how it's moving, right? And I'll just introduce few things, new things. Most probably, I mean, in the next few years, we are about to discuss all those things in a big way. And as you know, that the future are mostly on the one thing called the automation, or you can see that autonomous intelligence system. Not only autonomous intelligence system, but also we are talking about that how this communication, networking and computing can give us the promise for the immersive kind of experience. Immersive experience in education, immersive experience in the internet. Just imagine, in your brain now you are thinking many things, and many computations are happening which is very energy efficient, which is very fast, and the same computations are happening which is very energy efficient, which is very fast, and the same time, just imagine, you are thinking that somebody should bring something to me. The way you are thinking, the speed you are thinking, it should also execute in the same time, right? So these are coming in the domain of sentience kind of science as well as technology, and this is possible by many things. You know that now we are talking about many intelligent computing. Let's say we are talking about the DNA computing, we are talking about DNA storage, right? We are talking about quantum communication, we are talking about the various quantum technology. So that means we are bringing all these isolated fragments of communication, networking, computing to a integrated global nervous system. That means nervous system I am talking about, because you know that in your body, nervous system plays the most important role that controls everything. whatever you are doing, what you are going to do, everything they are controlling. So likewise, these three kind of things, the idea of this conference, they are also going to work at the nervous system of the whole universe, not only the globe, the whole universe. And in addition to that, we need to also bring lots of innovation to this computing, to this communication, and also to the networking. So here I would like to end my my understanding about the conference, and I wish all of you the best for your presentation, and I hope to see you next year in Delhi. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, of course, stay with us a little longer. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for none other than Professor Gandhi. Professor Gandhi, what a speech that was. So stay with us, sir. Stay with us a little longer. So with Dr. Prakash, we went back in time. With you, we want to go to the future. So it's the 17th ICCCNT. Let's imagine. Imagine it. I know for a fact next year this is going to happen. And we have crossed 15,000 papers. So firstly, a big round of applause to sir for that. It has already happened, sir. Sir, who are you thanking?
Who are you means?
Who are you thanking? Who is
Okay.
who is the first person you will thank for such a feat that has been for creating history like no other?
See, this is, I mean, of course, this is not the effort by one person. Of course, I mean, Prakash Duryaswamy is the backbone of this conference, but of course, he is a very huge team. And I know many of them, but I don't know, even I have not seen many of the members of his team. And I believe, just like you know that when you are talking about the science and technology, I believe that unlike science, technology is a group activity. Okay, so this conference is one kind of group activity. So with the effort of many people, and of course the support of the academicians, scientists, is growing bigger and bigger. This the crux of this. I mean, making this conference
Fantastic.
big.
I just wanted to prove that sir has already. Yeah. The mic? Okay. So I just wanted to prove to the audience that sir has already started preparing for next year's thank you speech. So that is what I wanted to prove, sir. So yes, the leaders have some insights to share. Yeah.
So Kapil was mentioning about group activities. So last year there is only one college was involved, Kongu. So we are getting like 5,000 papers. So I was requesting that it was held this year. So Oriental was first time involved in. So Oriental was only focusing on sending brochures to other countries. So that's why we are able to get 99 countries. So the more the unity and more the number of people, that's why we are able to Asia's largest.
Wow.
So we have some lot of group books.
Absolutely.
So as Kapil mentioned, so we are in a stage. It doesn't mean we are the main one. There are many invisible people who made important roles for this success.
Absolutely. We are, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Oriental. 3 cheers for Dr. Galva, and of course none other than Professor Gandhi. Sir, fantastic. I'm sure under your leadership and the leadership of all the leaders on the panel here, 15,000 is not a dream, it's just next year. It is happening, sir.
So in the 16 editions, I think Dr. Kapilan was chairing the conference for 4 times and Dr. Kapil was chairing 4 times. And the 17th one, Kapil will be the 5th time, which is the highest level.
Many congratulations, sir. So there's a secret competition happening. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, again, a big round of applause for none other than Professor Gandhi and Dr. Prakash. Thank you so much for your words, sir. Thank you.
So, but IEEE took all the credits and Surya Prakash took all the credits in the first time. So the first time we made all the applause.
Absolutely, absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you for the amazing insights, sir, and thank you, Professor Gandhi. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next leader. Just a second. Is there? Okay. Our next leader would like to call on stage is Mr. Manish Gupta from Gandhinagar. Gupta sir, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your presence, and of course, stage is all yours, sir. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. This is a great opportunity to discuss about this conference. And first of all, congratulating the entire team, Professor Surya Prakash and the esteemed delegates here at the dais and off the dais. This is, as Professor Surya Prakash mentioned to me, that there are so many papers. Of course, you have been hearing about it. So I would like to talk about these three areas like computation, communication and networking. If you see that since the last 20 years, there has been a lot of progress in terms of, you saw internet has emerged a lot, right? Internet has a deep impact on the society, and a lot of technologies have come up, a lot of economy has been there because of that. And something really great thing happened, as Professor Gandhi mentioned. Biology is changing actually, and as I was fortunate enough to work on this area of DNA storage. We have done a lot of standard development in this area. So you see that each computer science person should study biology, and there is a very famous course by Eric Lander at EDX, Secrets of Life. And you will see that entire ICT. So I will combine these three areas like computation, communication and networking into what is known as ICT, Information Communication Technology. So essentially, if you look around, the society or as a whole, anything, it's all information processing. So how information is processed in the society, in the universe, or inside our body or our brain. Right? So a lot of great discoveries are awaited, those who seek them in this area. So you see that AI, what you see, has emerged out of this, similar thing. You try to understand our brain, how the neurons interact, and we have come up with this nice LLM model, right? So biology is something where I would say that entire ICT is subset of biology. So it's something really very, very important, and you can see that each and every aspect of life, how life you can see in terms of computational process. So there is a nice paper in Nature that appeared some time ago, Life and How to Create It in 2001. So this is something really very, very important. So I would say that this conference has become a probably platform where you can see the merging. So this is really interdisciplinary thing which is happening at this conference, and I think each of us should try to learn from each other. So there should not be a domain. I mean, there should not be a barrier. Like, so if you are looking into one domain, you should also look at the other domain. As at IIT Indore, we are having this really interesting idea that people BTech from one background, they are learning the computer science. They can do the masters in computer science. So this is something is a very really right direction. Because the actual nature is really interdisciplinary. You require biology, chemistry, mathematics. You should be knowing that the hardware of biology is chemistry. And in 2007, Eric Winfrey at Caltech has shown that entire chemistry is computer science. So essentially, things are connected. Okay, and you might be knowing that there is a nice book which you can read about linked. I think it's a nice network science, which is again a very important area. So things are really connected, and so we need to look at in different directions. On the other hand, I would say that, and probably I would like to see in future in this conference also, whenever we are looking at, so there are three things: science, technology, and then business. Can I do commercialization out of it? That is very, very important. So circle of innovation will be complete if we have science, technology, and business together. So whenever we are doing some research, we should also see how we can commercialize. Technology commercialization, I think director of the IIT Gandhinagar mentioned that we have around 200 technology commercialization at this in this institute. So I think that is something which every student or every researcher or as a professor we should I think that is what is lacking in the country in now in the last 10 12 years. There is a lot of effort from the government to develop the startup ecosystem. So we should do great science. We should develop the technology, and we should also do the commercialization, to think about the commercialization. That's where we can actually make our country to be a leader in the innovation, and we can take it ahead. So we can actually fulfill the dream of 2047, the Viksit Bharat. Okay. So with this, I would like to thank and congratulate the entire organizing team, and it's really privileged to be here. And I wish this conference to be a great success from this year and next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Sir, please stay with us a little longer. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for none other than Gupta sir. Sir, right before the session started, right, I was sitting here, Gupta sir was sitting there talking to Daniel sir, I believe. Not that I was consciously listening to your conversation, but I heard some parts of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, sir has travelled across the globe, is what I've heard.
Yeah.
Sir, so I'm really sorry, I was not eavesdropping. I swear. Sir, so which is the most interesting country that you've travelled to?
New Zealand. So I would say that when I first traveled outside India, it was New Zealand. Of course, we little stop over in Singapore. And New Zealand is the beautiful country which I saw, and I think after that I went to US and Canada and many other countries, but still I like New Zealand. It's a very beautiful country. I think some of you, if you get time, you should certainly visit New Zealand. It's a very beautiful country.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, my apologies for for just speaking into your conversation. Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Like we said, right, truly an international conference, truly we have speakers from across the globe. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your presence. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Professor Garima Gai, Oriental University. Oriental University, make some noise. Ma'am, आप देख रहे हैं कौन? हाँ, so make some noise. Oriental University. That's more like it. Professor Gai, stage is all yours. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Very good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, keynote speakers, fellow academicians, researchers, industry professionals, and dear delegates. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as a member of the organizing committee of this prestigious 16th International IEEE Conference on Computing, Communication and Networking Technologies. On behalf of the entire committee, I extend my heartfelt congratulations and warm felicitation to all the participants who have immensely contributed to the success of this event. Now, starting with the Director IIT Indore, Dr. Suhas Joshi, and Dr. Surya Prakash, who is the chair of the conference. So, thank you for hosting us for the 16th edition this time. Then Dr. Prakash Durasemi, he's been chairing the conference for 16 years, and he's the captain of our ship. So, small anecdote I would like to share with all of you here. So, as you've heard from all the speeches that IIT Indore take pride in creating history and crossing 10,000 papers. So, our team was working day and night, and we were almost 98, we reached countries from across the globe. They were sending us papers. So, it was afternoon in India, and I'm sure it must be quite late or very early morning in Wisconsin. So I am getting calls from Dr. Prakash, 2 calls, 3 calls, and then I was in the middle of actually meeting. I thought must be something really urgent, I should pick his call. So he said, yes, I am sleepy, but it's 99, I want you to complete this one more country. So, what I am trying to share is, this is the kind of person he is. I said, sir, it will happen, don't worry, but I apologize, next time we will cross 100 also. We will cross the century also, sir. That is a promise from entire team, especially Oriental. We'll do it, right? So anyway, moving on, being part of I am a member of other IEEE conferences also, but this particular conference has truly evolved. It has added new dimensions like exhibitions, workshops and conclaves. So this growth reflects a dynamic commitment to both innovation and community engagement. I take this pride to felicitate our distinguished keynote speakers and session chairs whose insight and expertise have elevated the intellectual richness of this gathering. I would also like to express our deepest appreciation to the IEEE for its continued support and for providing a global stage where innovation, collaboration and scholarly exchange thrive. I would extend my heartfelt thanks to EPS Society, Electronic Packaging Society and Electronic Automation Society, especially to Ms. Denise Manning. To all the researchers here who will be presenting their papers and their papers will be published in the forum, my heartfelt congratulations to one and all. May your efforts continue to push boundaries and inspire new possibilities in your respective fields. Let us carry forward the spirit of this conference of learning, sharing and shaping a smarter, more connected future. Now, before I leave this stage, I cannot miss the opportunity on behalf of entire Oriental University. We have officially, for the first time, this conference is in the hybrid mode, but for the first time we have officially participated as associated with this conference. So we have created history, and I would like to thank ICCCNT for giving us the opportunity to work on the rover robot. Like I mentioned, there are exhibitions. So we have a team from US, from Robo Robot. They are giving us the robot. So it's a challenge and it's a new opportunity for university. So thank you so much for the entire team. Thank you all.
Wow. Wherever is it when I ask any of the leaders to stay with me a little longer, they just face turns hard. They're like, oh God, no, Nikita. Ladies and gentlemen, can you have a big round of applause for none other than Professor Garima Rai?
Because
yes, Professor.
You know why? I'll confess, because this I googled and I was prepared, but I don't know what question Nikita will. So hence the face.
That proves to you everything is spontaneous. We've not prepared anything. This is on the fly. All the answers that our leaders gave, straight from the heart. Professor, so I will take the burden off your shoulder. The question that I will ask, I want your students to answer. Does that work?
Perfect.
Does that work?
Yes.
So, students of future leaders of Oriental, give us 3 reasons why Professor Garima Rai is a rock star. 3 reasons. And by the way, cameras are rolling, and your professor is here, and marks are very important. So, anybody who wants to answer? Yes. Wow. आपकी placement पक्का है. 100% placement. Yes.
Because she is very confident and very helpful. She works day and night for their students. She also contributes towards the students. She every time work for the students. Like she go to classroom, check whether everything is good or not. She's a rock star. Means she's doing all the things simultaneously, balancing everything in her.
I'll take care of his marks.
1 second, it sounds like you've come prepared. What is this saying again? The question paper was leaked. What's your name, sir? Sir, what's your name? Sir, which year are you in?
Third year.
You have scored your marks for 4th year also. I mean, you can now chill, relax, because 3rd and 4th. I just asked 3, but fantastic. Can you give a big round of applause, ma'am?
Be a different one.
You came prepared, na? Oh, it is not Wi-Fi. I refuse to believe.
Ma'am, I am always ready.
He's always ready. Always. That's the spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Sarthak ji. Sarthak? Saransh. I couldn't hear you. Saransh? Oh, Saransh Jagwani. Wow. Saransh, you are a star. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Professor Garima. What superstar your students are and what star you are. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, we now are just about to conclude on our amazing session, but of course this particular, this day one's first step, and for that we'd like to call on stage Professor Murugesan Govindsamy from all the way from Congo Engineering College. Murugesan sir, what a privilege it is for us to have you with us. Stage is all yours.
Thank you.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, dear participants presenting physically here, and dear participants participating in thousands in number through online. Good morning to all. This is my honor and happy to be here in front of you to say a vote of thanks. My role is to say a vote of thanks. But before that, I want to say a few words regarding this, how we select the paper, because Professor Kamish mentioned about we should have some norms, how to select the paper and all. We have the norms, but not in written. Definitely, we do that in the next conference. One of the basic norms, how do we select the paper? The number one is, we strict in plagiarism. So, without plagiarism, the paper should be there. Second one is the innovation, and third one is the way of writing, English. So these are the basic needs. Our reviewers involved in selecting the papers, there are about roughly 900 plus reviewers. They had tough time in selecting the papers. Say, there are thousands of 10,000 papers in 99 countries, all are good. One thing I wanted to mention here is, most of the papers are in good quality. Our reviewers had a tough time to reject the papers. So roughly about 60 to 65% of papers were rejected. Our reviewer really had a tough time for that. So based on the criteria what I mentioned, they shortlisted about 3,500 papers out of 10,000. And they are going to present roughly about 150 going to be present on site, and all others are online, and they are listening our inauguration through our online streaming. So to reach this stage, there are many peoples are involving, as Professor Tapan mentioned and Kamisar mentioned, many peoples are involving. For example, if we take one group, they send about lakhs of mails to India, many people in India, and Oriental group send multi-thousands of emails to the universe, to the international level, in all the countries. Most of the countries, the Oriental group took the international communication, Congo Engineering College took the inside India. So we send more than lakhs of emails by sending the brochures. So that is one of the reasons for getting this much of papers. So really, I wanted to thank that group of people, those who are working. And also I want to thank the reviewers, 900 plus reviewers, and also the chairpersons. Say roughly about 25 parallel channels in online and 5 parallel channels in offline, physical. So I thank all the chairpersons who will be chairing the sessions, and my sincere thanks and gratitude to Director of IIT Indo. So we feel honored by the presence of the Director. So we express our sincere gratitude to the Director of IIT Indore, and also we express our sincere thanks and gratitude to Tapan sir. Tapan sir is one of the well-wisher. He is one of the backbone for the conference. So thank you, the Professor Tapan sir. And also we express our sincere gratitude to Kamish sir. Professor Kamish involved right from the day one. Day one means the first conference. It was started in 2008. So one of the well-wisher, and always he pointed out some shortcomings or the points for improvement. So this conference is growing and growing only because of the feedback like the Professor Kamesh are giving, and Professor Kamesh, Professor Daban and all others are giving positive feedback and as well as points to improve. So that is the reason for improving one by one. And also we express our sincere thanks to our Surya Prakash sir. We all know that the IIT professor, they are at very strong in research, that we heard, and they are very strong in teaching learning. But I understand Dr. Surya Prakash has come down to the bottom level in arranging all the activities. He is very casual to meet, and he is involving all the activities, including, say, the last day, he immediately came here and moved this table. I wondered, a professor at IIT, he tried to move this table and arrange the table by himself. So this is a great attitude I see from Surya Prakash sir. Surya Prakash sir, thank you very much, Professor. And I also express our backbone, our founder, Prakash Doraisamy. Prakash Doraisamy is the founder of ICCCNT. Not only the founder, he is making this ICCCNT growing and growing because he is thinking 24/7 and all the 12 months. So total year he is thinking about the conference only. So thank you Prakash Doraisamy sir. And also I thank all the organizers involved in it. I should mention a special mention to Garima madam. We bothered Garima madam for the last 2 months, even day and night. So Garima madam worked a lot in this towards the success of this conference. And also we express all the keynote speaker, all the participants, all the organizers who involved directly, indirectly for the success of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Stay with us a little longer, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Murugesan sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also mention, ever since my association with IEEE, the thank you note is Murugesan sir's responsibility every time. Because the details with which sir mentioned, the table thing, the fact that sir was observing the entire time, so that speaks volumes about you. So that also shows that you've been associated with ICCCNT for the longest time. So if you could, let us know what's the, yes, sir, what difference, sir, one small question, sir is very, hardworking, is like, I need to work. So my question to you is, you've seen the progress, you've seen exponential growth. It's not arithmetic, it's a geometric progression that has happened.
Exponential.
So how different was the first session from the 16th? What was the quality, what difference in quality of papers did you notice?
Yeah, really, I already mentioned, though we received 10,000 paper, if you look at the quality, really it is most of the paper having good quality. And one more thing I wanted to mention, this conference is not serving only for the foreign universities or only top universities, top institutions in India. Even the quality papers are coming from Tier 3, Tier 4 institute, the scholars working in Tier 3 and Tier 4 institute. So we feel really proud of serving all the people, all the kinds of people, not only Tier 1, not only the top-notch group, also it serves at the middle level, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, all the institutes. So this is, as I said already, most of the papers having good quality, but we have to select based on that, say, priority, not priority, the best quality, second quality, third quality, based on that we are segregating it. So, really thank for the participants providing such type of papers and applying such type of papers to this conference. Thank you.
Fantastic, sir. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, when experience talks, you listen with the ears wide open. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Murugesan sir. And so very quickly calling on stage Major Madan Kumar, of course representing the Army veterans, the Defence Forces. Major Madan, I've been told that you have a very interesting and you have some very great news to share with our lovely audience. So, stage is all yours, sir.
Seen it's starting from the scratch, 16th edition now, and we have reached 10,000 plus research papers from 99 different countries. It's an achievement in itself, and thanks to the team led by Dr. Prakash. And in this, I want to take a parallel of what we saw between 7th and 10th of May. This is Operation Sindoor, a short war which possibly your generation would have seen it. Three aspects to it. Operation Sindoor is a war, technically. It's a 3-day war between India and Pakistan. The war was fought for 84 hours precise, and this is the first modern warfare which a country, two countries has been fighting in Asia. Second, this was a technology demonstration as far as India is concerned. I'll just give you a very specific example of one air defense gun which we used. On the 9th night or like the 10th early morning, you would have seen all those videos of drones flying in Jammu and Kutch in 4 or 5 different states all the way to Chandigarh. So there was a gun which was used. You would have seen a tracer round going and hitting the drones. So that gun's name is called L-70. This gun was bought by India way back. It's completely an absolute 4th generation model. Okay. So what we did in this particular gun is it's a mechanical one. It's manually operated. So we automated it. That was the first stage. So there is a company called Tonbo Imaging from Bangalore. It's an imaging company. So they made an imaging module, and they had a software interface made, and this gun was given that eye. So that imaging precisely sees everything in the day and night in its line of sight somewhere between 5 to 6 kilometers, up to 7 kilometers. So this was fit in, and this imaging system has to interface with the gun, right? So the gun interface was made, both the hardware and the software. And we did a lot of field trials and stuff, but it was directly tested in the battlefield. The cost of neutralizing one drone is as less as 5,000. Any other systems, weapon systems, air defense systems in the world, what you would have seen in Iron Dome, Israel, or THAAD systems, Patriot, various other systems in the world, it's not even one by 100th of the cost. So this was done precisely by the researchers like people like you. So I can add on, we have a short presentation about Operation Sindoor. I'll dwell into the details of it. But what I'm trying to say here is, this 84 hours of battle, Pakistan has to ultimately surrender to us. It's a high-pitched battlefield which the world has not ever seen. In fact, 125 plus fighter jets in a very short area of 200 kilometers airborne was never seen in the history of humankind. So this was a technical war which we fought, and we have just started the modernization journey of our armed forces just 5-6 years before. So this huge success was because of the minds who's right in front of me and people who are online. It's a thinking process. It's the platforms like ICCCNT which we have created. So in the future, we will have more specific platforms for you to research, to present your papers focused on defense field. Take it for granted, when my predecessor spoke about, when Professor also spoke about Vikshit Bharat 2047, unless or until we become a self-reliant force in defense, and unless or until we become a arms and technology exporter to the world, the dream of 2047 Vikshit Bharat will lag. So that's where we all come into play. These platforms comes into play. So in the coming years of ICCCNT conference, we will have a specific focus on defense technologies, which is going to be currently it's growing at a CAGR of 17%. So I urge you all, I welcome you all to participate in this. Think bit more out of the box. And 20 years before, these platforms were not available. A lot of my professors in IIT would say, IIT Indore has been actively doing a lot of work as far as drones are concerned. IIT Madras, some other fields, space tech and so. So every IIT, every institution is contributing to this. So I would urge you all to take this, leverage ICCCNT as a platform, as a conference in present and the future as well. Thank you all, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Please stay with us a little longer. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Major Sir. And I would also, bring to the notice that the sort of training that defense, has driven to you, my God, it's unprecedented. None of us have been a part of it. So if you could give us a sneak peek, so what would be your number one tip to have the mental fortitude or the sort of mentally strong, the strength that you have, right? What would that tip be for us civilians?
So the mental strength always goes with the physical strength and vice versa. So if you have, most of the academicians I know, IIT is a real tough place to be here and study. I'm a very average mediocre student in my engineering, was in my engineering even now. But you guys have great brains, great intelligence, but the physical fitness part of it is must. Like 30 minutes to 1 hour a day is must for all of us. At whatever age caste we are in, we may be busy. I don't think so. Nobody is busier than the Prime Minister of India. Even he takes out 1 hour of his time to work out. So that helps you be confident. It helps you to be more productive. That helps you to be more happy as well. So my bit of 2 cents for you all is to invest that 30 minutes to 1 hour of time on yourself, which is your physical fitness. Thank you.
Fantastic, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Major. What a pleasure to have all our leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, a big round of applause. With this, we come to the end of day one's first section. Of course, a big round of applause. And now it's time. The bouquets are given, but IEEE is extremely generous organization. We have mementos that we'd like to present to all our leaders, starting with Dr. Tapan Kumar Gandhi. Dr. Gandhi, we request Dr. Prakash to present Dr. Gandhi with the token of our heartfelt appreciation. And leaders, you can please come right. You'll have to come down here. You'll have to come down for accepting the mementos. So starting off with our first memento, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Requesting Dr. Prakash to now present a token of our heartfelt appreciation for Dr. Kamesh. Dr. Kamesh, thank you so much for your time and your presence, sir. We now request Dr. Murugesan to kindly present the token of our heartfelt appreciation to Dr. Prakash Duraisamy. Thank you, Dr. Prakash. Requesting Dr. Murugesan to now present the next token of our appreciation for Dr. Aditya Nigam. Thank you, Dr. Aditya Nigam. Requesting Major Madan Kumar to kindly present a token of our appreciation for Dr. Murugesan Govindasamy. Sir, the other way around, sir. Sir, but anything will work. So now the next post will be, sir, you give it. So now requesting Major Madan to kindly present the token of appreciation for Dr. Murugesan.
You can mention we are giving deer because Madhya Pradesh state animal is deer. We are giving deer because Madhya Pradesh state animal is deer.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is so interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me resonate, let me voice out what Dr. Prakash has said. Any guesses on why the trophy has deer, has the deer on it?
It is the state animal of AP.
Exactly. That's beautiful. My God. The attention to details. Oh, IEEE, a big round of applause to IEEE. Fantastic, fantastic. And ma'am, what a guess. If this was KBC, you would have won. But this is not KBC, unfortunately. But kuch to, we will prepare something, ma'am. Requesting Prachi Garg ma'am to please come on up and present Dr. Manish Gupta with the token of our appreciation. Prachi ma'am, stay with us a little longer, requesting Dr. Vallaramati to present a token of our heartfelt appreciation for Prachi Garg ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Requesting Dr. Tripti Singh to kindly present token of our appreciation to Dr. Karthikeyan E. Karthikeyan, sir. Okay. So, our requesting Dr. Tripti Singh to kindly present our token of appreciation to Dr. Kavita V. Thank you. We now request Mr. Harishankar R to present a token of our appreciation for Dr. Tripti Singh. Prachi ma'am, we request you to please come back on stage and present a token of our appreciation for Harishankar R sir.
After done everything, then
Aditya.
Garima, then Aditya. For Garima, we are giving a small gold coin. You mentioned that. Aditya, silver peacock.
Prachi ma'am, stay with us till the very end now. Requesting you to kindly present our next appreciation for Dr. Dhruv Gai. Our next token of appreciation is for Mr. Gaurav Thakral. Our next appreciation is for Mrs. Nirupa Raj. Nirupa ma'am, please come on stage. Thank you so much, Nirupa ma'am. And we always say Nirupa ma'am is the reason why all of us are safely gathered here. It is because of you. So thank you so much, Nirupa ma'am. Big round of applause.
He's back.
Our next leader would like to felicitate is Dr. Karthikeyan E. Thank you, Karthikeyan sir, and thank you, Prachi ma'am. We request Professor Garima Gai to please come on up and present our next token of appreciation for Mr. Karthikeyan K. Thank you, Karthikeyan sir. Requesting Dr. Prakash to present the amazing Dr. Garima Gai with a token of our heartfelt appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause because we are also presenting a gold coin. Itni महंगाई में we are presenting a gold coin. My God, Dr. Garima. Wow. You should. Ma'am is saying I'm disappearing. It is. Many congratulations, ma'am. Many congratulations. Dr. Prakash requesting to now present. Of course, of course. Vallaramati, ma'am, please come on up. Please come on up, ma'am. Ma'am's husband, sir. My God, full zoom camera, 4K cameras on. What pride! Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Vallaramati ma'am. I am, sir. Sir. I'm good, sir. I'm good. Sir, you've invited me here, you've called me, that itself is my prize, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
For all the electrifying energy, Nikita, here's to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my God, I've never won awards in my life, but ever since I've been associated with IEEE, I have a collection, a mini zoo in my house. Very first was a peacock, second was tiger last year at IIT Mandi, and now is the deer. So Delhi, so you have to invite me. My sanctuary needs more animals. Again, thank you team IEEE and the core team, everyone for the love. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll keep this here. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor and our privilege to have with us none other than Shri Aditya Guruji. Guruji, requesting your kind presence. And so for a stature like yours, presenting to you the silver peacock. Fantastic. Guruji, what an honor it is for Namudiri from North Texas University, USA to kindly come on up, sir. It was a pleasure to have you and we request to spend more time with you. So time for the Nelly talk. Stage is all yours, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Professor Kamesh. Okay. So I was very excited to hear Professor Kamesh, but ladies and gentlemen, we will very quickly break for a 5 to 10 minutes coffee break.
You can ask Guruji about what he feels about this conference and this. This is the first time he's attending, so you can just ask him.
Before that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a star in the house. Again, Aditya Guruji, sir, please come on up. And
Online audience.
Okay. The audience watching us live, thank you so much for being with us on this fine day today. After 15 minutes, we'll start off with the live streaming again. But before that, Aditya Guruji, please come on up, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the leader that you're seeing here is a star in his own right. Sir, we have one, and I would request Dr. Prakash. Dr. Prakash, sir, you'll have to help us translate and communicate with Guruji, though I'm sure communication is not an issue, but just for a seamless communication, requesting your presence. Guruji, we have one small question with your permission, of course. Sir, our question, sir, one small question, sir. Sir, how are you liking it today? How is the conference? So from there only, sir, if you are comfortable. By the way, let me tell you, Guruji yesterday read my Janam Kundali, my horoscope, and sir made 3 points. all of them spot on. Sir, so I am officially scared of you. Sir, I am scared of you. And dangerous, sir, dangerous. Sir,
I'll translate.
Sir, नमस्ते एंड बहुत खतरनाक सर, बहुत ही खतरनाक सर, ये बता दीजिए कल का तो वाज माइंड ब्लोइंग एंड खतरनाक था मेरे लिए.
खतरनाक ना आलारा मीटिंग
Sir, so stages of yours, sir. We just want to know your experience. How are you liking this conference? Sir, some words and how, sir, one tip to how can we better our lives. Sir,
I don't know English. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். எல்லாரும் நல்லா இருப்பீங்க. ப்ளீஸ் டிரான்ஸ்லேட். எல்லாரும் நல்லா இருப்பீங்க. முரண்பாடுகள் அடங்கியது தான் லைஃப் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவோம். தமிழில் இதை வந்து அழகாக சொல்லுவாங்க, இரும்படிக்கிற இடத்துல ஈக்கு என்ன வேலைன்ட்டு. அது மாதிரி இந்த ஒரு அறிவாளிகள் நிறைந்த சபையில் ஒரு முட்டாள் வந்து பேசுகிறேன்னு என்ன எடுத்துக்கலாம்.
Guruji has been so humble. So he blesses all. Ellarum nalla irukkanum, which means all of us should be good. And anybody who just search in YouTube Aditya Guruji, you will see Jyotish. The Jyotish and him is inseparable. He is the Jyotish and Jyotish is him. That's the kind of thing. At least 5,000 videos for each of you to understand. Right from the ABCD of astrology till the most advanced research. So what Aditya Guruji is saying is, so humbly, so much of intellectuals around, I am the only fool sitting here, which is not the case. Yes, sir.
And astrology and astronomy, அதாவது வானவியலும் ஜோதிடமும் ஒட்டி பிறந்த இரட்டை குழந்தைகள் அப்படிங்கிறத நான் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கிறேன். இன்றைக்கி அதை வந்து ஒரு விளக்கிறதுக்கு என்னுடைய அருமை நண்பர் டாக்டர் பிரகாஷ் அவர்கள் மூலமாக ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் எனக்கு ஒரு இது உண்டு அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். அதனால் இந்த எனக்கும் ஒரு உயர்நிலை அமைப்புகளில் சொல்லிடுங்க.
The astronomy and astrology are actually the twin childs. So Guruji takes his pride in coming to IIT Indore. And he thanked Dr. Prakash for getting this opportunity. So tomorrow we will have a detailed session. I don't think so it has ever happened, first time ever in India, where Guruji, expert of astrology, and couple of others who are into astronomy will merge. This is a science.
நிரம்ப இளைஞர்கள் அடங்கிய இந்த சபையை பார்க்குறதுல எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. நாளைக்கு ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் பேசுகிறதன் மூலமாக இவ்வளோ பெரிய கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் வந்து நான் உண்மையிலே வந்து கொஞ்சம் ஆச்சரியத்தோடு தான் இருக்கிறேன். இப்படிலாம் வந்து ஒரு நல்ல கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் நடக்குமான்ட்டு. இது வந்து இந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு ஐஐடியில் தான் சாத்தியம். ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸு, வாழ்த்துக்கள்.
நாளைக்கு okay, and I need to switch on my. Tomorrow we have a conference on this. Everybody should attend, and those who are seeing online, you will never see such a conference which is happening. Astronomy and astrology, they think that two different things. It's something which is spiritual, somebody says it's mutual. So tomorrow we have this session. Guruji is stunned and is so surprised, and he strongly believes such a conference of this level can happen only in IIT. Thank you. Yeah, please.
To sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I kid you not, yesterday Guruji and I were having a half-an-hour conversation where very quickly sir read my Janam Patrika, and the insights he gave have scared me to the point that sir, if people realize the true potential of what they are seeing, they will learn Tamil sir. We will have to learn Tamil and not you getting a translator. It was so powerful.
The prediction அதை புரிஞ்சுக்கிறதுக்கு நீங்கள் எந்த லாங்குவேஜும் கற்றுக்கிட்டாவில் எல்லாரும் தமிழ் கற்றுக்குவாங்க.
I am learning Romba Tamil.
அருமை.
Done sir, done. I look forward to the session. And sir, any last words?
Nothing.
Very humble, nothing. Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I do this for a living. Never has a conference about astrology and astronomy these two scientific bodies in the same platform arena happened only at IIT Indore, only because of IEEE, only because of such stars like yourselves, all because of you.
உண்மையில் ஏரோஃபிசிக்ஸ் அண்ட் அஸ்ட்ராலஜி இஸ் த பிக்கஸ்ட். அதாவது ஒரு பிரபஞ்சத்தை எப்படி கணிக்க முடியாதோ அந்த மாதிரி அஸ்ட்ராலஜியை பற்றி இங்கே தெரியாதவங்க இருக்கலாம், அல்லது விரும்பாதவங்க, அஸ்ட்ராலஜியை வெறுக்கிறவங்க, ஹேட்டர்ஸ், அஸ்ட்ராலஜி ஹேட்டர்ஸ் கூட இருக்கலாம். பட்டு ஒரு ஆழமான ஒரு மாதிரியான காம் சூழ்நிலையில் நம்ம கொஞ்சம் ஒப்பிட்டு பார்த்தோம்னா அஸ்ட்ராலஜியும் அஸ்ட்ரானமியும் கிட்டத்தட்ட எப்படி இது வருதுன்றதை என்னால் சொல்ல முடியும். அதை நாளைக்கு பேசுவேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். தேங்க்ஸ்.
Astrophysics or astrology and astronomy, they are the only two science which can tell us in depth. We need to imagine a lot of things in astronomy. Similarly in astrology also. The universe gives us everything. It's a way we understand and interpret it. There are a lot of people who may believe in astrology. There are a lot of people who may hate astrology. For all of them put together, tomorrow we are going to have a wonderful session, a very intellectual session tomorrow. Guruji looking forward to meet us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we come to the end of the very first part of day 1 of the 16th ICCCNT at the amazing IIT Indore. We'll take a very quick 15-minute coffee break or chai, anything that you like. So chai or coffee? Huh? Both together, as long as you're not drinking it together, so I think it's good. But meet you sharp in the next 15 minutes, and of course an amazing plenary talk by Professor Kamesh awaits. You've been a lovely audience. Thank you so much. To Dr. Aditya Nigam's session, please come on up inside. And now we start off with none other than Dr. Aditya Nigam. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause all the way from IIT Mandi. Like we mentioned, a big round of applause. We know you had your tea and coffee. Sir, stage is all yours and the audience awaits. Thank you so much. So before you start, I just want to know, how is the weather in Himachal right now?
Weather is always good. The point is that rain is happening, so because of hills, certain issues are there.
Absolutely. And the fact that you fought through that just to educate these students is so very commendable. So thank you again, sir. Stage is all yours.
How to switch? Acha, he is going to switch. से मुझे डुप्लीकेट करना था. Hello.
Okay. So, a warm welcome to all of you. This is going to be the first, if I say that, the first talk. And my plan is to cover certain things that I have missed, but given the amount of time, I need to figure out that what are the things that we can cover. And my name is Aditya Nigam, and I'm coming from the School of Computing and Electrical Engineering from IIT Mandi. So the topic that I have got was that, you know, the thing that you can cover, try to cover something which is generic and more broader, and something very new which is now happening, is going to happen in the upcoming time. So what we have seen, so I used to work in the area of computer vision and image processing, and what I have seen is that in the last 4 to 5 years, so we all know that 2012 it all started, and we have seen that huge amount of work started to happen in the area of deep learning, machine learning and so on, but deep learning especially started to kick off at 2012 and all. Last 2 to 3 years we have seen that huge amount of work actually started to build foundational models. So instead of training a neural network which can solve certain type of problems in a supervised manner in which you have good amount of data, and just train a model, and at some point of time it started to be a type of race in which everyone started to say that, okay, come up with a bigger model, deeper model and so on and so forth, and started to train. We have seen a consistent and a very, you know, informed diversion researchers and the whole group started to take, and instead of now training a specialized model, they started to say, let us train models for foundational learning. Now what is this foundational learning, and this is the topic onto which I wanted to somehow give certain things, although it's a very long presentation, but depending upon the time I'll somehow try to talk about the things which are important. So what's foundational learning is that whenever I say that you need to train a model for classification, whether it's a cat or a dog, see, right from the beginning you started to train your network by showing thousands of cat images and thousands of dog images, and then millions of cat images and millions of dog images and so on and so forth. So keep on working and say that, okay, model need to understand how to differentiate between a cat and a dog. But what has happened is that as humans we actually work in that way. The point is the thing onto which a classical neural network being designed and being trained for a supervised fixed task, it's being said that it's not the correct way, because humans actually not being trained like this. They are being trained initially for certain fundamental learning, and they later started to being fine-tuned on a particular task. Let me give an example that when you was young, I mean you are in 2nd class, 3rd class, 4th class, 5th class, nobody knows that you are going to be a pilot, you are going to be an engineer, you are going to be a doctor, you are going to be in army. We all are being given certain basic foundational learning. Even just think about your father. He don't know that you are going to deliver a lecture one day, or you are going to work for country, work for army and all. They don't know when you are in 1st class, 2nd class or 3rd class. Then what they should have to teach you? They started to give you foundational learning. They say that you need to talk in a proper way, you need to behave very well, you need to give respect to others, you need to listen, you need to write. So what are these things? They are not being things which are being given or being designed in such a way so as to just give you some specialized supervised task, because it's not being known that after 12th what you are going to do, after your bachelor's what you are going to do. So what foundational learning started to say that we need to train our model in an unsupervised manner. As I say, unsupervised manner, now you have huge amount of data, because supervision and labeling data, so labeled data is very small, unsupervised data is huge amount. So foundational models are being the models which are being trained in such a way so that they are just being trying to make you learn certain foundational or a simple, the things that you need to know, and that doesn't need any label at all. And once you train a foundational model, you started to use that big model to be trained specifically or fine-tuned specifically on your particular task. That's actually started to become a trend. Understand foundational model. If you wanted to train, it is most of the time not possible for individuals to train foundational model because they are going to take GBs and GBs of data, and they are going to be trained on huge amount of data with huge amount of computational resource. And then they are being trained to do certain things, and you take that model and then just to train certain small adapters or prompts, or then so many things that I'm going to talk about. And what we have seen in the last at least 3 to 4 years, everyone started to talk about how can I train a foundational model. So that is the thing I just wanted to give about it, that what's the introduction, then how can we train such models, then we need to fine tune these models using say adapters, LoRa, prompt tuning and all, and then certain applications are CLIP, Dino and all. So by the way, CLIP and Dino, both of them are very powerful foundational models, and whatever thing that you can see happening in the area of text to image or text to video or something, somewhere or something, CLIP is being contributing onto that. ChatGPT is a foundational model. It was never being trained, for which it's actually now being doing. So now you are using ChatGPT to talk and all, but it's not being trained for that. BERT is again a model, so ChatGPT. So if you have a transformer, its encoder is BERT and the decoder is GPT. So if you take this GPT and start to train it in a foundational manner, it becomes ChatGPT. BERT, it's an encoder, which is again a foundational model. Cloud App, YOLO, grounding Dino, all these things are different types of foundational model, and every day we are only utilizing foundational model. Now good thing is that you train it once, somebody will train, spend huge amount of money and resources and everything, and then it will give it to you, and then now you can train your model, you can fine tune this foundational model for your small amount of data, and it will work well. By the way, remember, your model, foundational model, is not been trained for your task at all. It actually even don't know when it was being trained, weeks and weeks on a huge amount of data. It was not even aware that what is going to be the downstream task onto which you are going to use such type of models. Huge amount of data. Now the important thing has started to happen, and transformer has given this, transformer deep learning model has given us this big power, that it's just like, you have data and divided into chunks, and we call it as tokens. It's just like you have a long bread, and then you keep on dicing it into different tokens, and then say, okay, this is first token, second token, third token, and then you have a bread of wheat, you have a bread of flour, you have a bread of so many other things. So you have text, you divide it to tokens, you have images, you divide it to tokens, you have speech divided to tokens. So you basically have different types of modalities, and all these modalities are essentially now being tokenized, and these tokens can essentially be given to maybe text encoder, maybe image encoder, maybe speech encoder, and later these foundational models started to take all these different types of token, multi-modal token, and started to learn the self-attention and cross-attention, so as to understand how text can interact with image, and image can interact with video, and video can interact with speech and EEG, and so many, everything is now being coming up with foundational models. And not only foundational model, they are actually coming up with a multi-modal foundational model. So it started with 2012, in which we are having certain AlexNet and something, and then it started to have VIT, VVIT in 2020. So that's a very fast forward 12 to 20, because at that point of time everyone was just trying to understand how can I use such models. And then 21, 22, and then we can see that present most of the things are now in the domain of foundational models. Huge amount of work is anyways being happening. Now what these guys can do, what these foundational models can actually do, is that they are being trained for something, and then they can be adapted very quickly to solve different types of problems. And now you can see the different types of problems, like video content understanding, in which you have a video and you'll have to tell that, okay, arranging flowers, auctioning, biking, book binding, and so on and so forth. Or maybe given a data set of ego 3D data set, which essentially means that you are wearing a camera on your head and then walking, and it can tell that are you walking, are you cooking, are you shopping, and so on, and also what's the demography into which you are actually moving on. Temporal understanding, which essentially means that I'll give you a sequence of frames and you'll have to tell me that diving is happening, but not only diving, you'll have to tell me the temporal localization, that okay, from these set of frames, frame number 50 to frame number 59, you was diving, after that you was doing something, and after that you was doing something. So temporal action localization again started to take. All these things are some low level, or right now they now become a low level computer vision task, and if you can do that, you can do huge amount of analysis, of automated analysis of any video. Then it's the case that can I even track that, okay, this is the person, now where is that person, now where is that person in the upcoming, all the sequence. Once they are being met, you take that model and started to use that model even to do video question answering. You just see what this man is holding and it has to give me the answer. You can talk to the video, it's all happening. In fact, happened. Now the technologies are actually evolving and they started to work on a bigger data set, complex data sets, and so on. As well as understanding of the task, that okay, what was happening, what was the time from which to which it was being happening, and how clearly you can tell, and how how much description that you can generate about a certain set of frames, that a man in a room holds a bike and talk to the camera from this to this. Now understand that if all these things are happening, so now you can see that very quickly YouTube can figure out that what is there in the content, and it can even generate such timelines as well, and automated, so many things automated are going to happen in video or the content generation platforms. And finally, as we all know that generation is the ultimate thing. Now from the text, at some point of time it was that can you generate text? Then ChatGPT and other guys came. Now somebody said that from the text can you generate images? Then we started to generate images as well. Now you say that from the text can you generate videos? We can generate. The quality may not be very good. Quality may not be like that it can be seen like that a complete movie with all the VFX effects, but I am telling that maybe at some point of time, maybe in 2 years or 3 years, you maybe that just give me the script, tell me what are the hero, who is the heroine, who is the villain, just tell me, give certain images of this guy, scenarios, scenes and all, you just give me that stuff, I am going to generate the video for you, which is going to be of absolutely high quality. It has happened previously, it's going to happen maybe in the upcoming time. But as soon as I have said that, okay, these are the things, the prime frontier started to be like, don't train specialized neural networks. Because if you train a network which can do one single task, humans are not like that. Suppose that I am a human, I can teach, I can read, I can play cricket, I can watch lawn tennis or different things. It should not be that I can only do one thing and you are being trained for a very specific task. And if I am being only trained for a single thing, it's very time consuming, it's also not very efficient and effective. So they started to train. So first they collect huge amount of data. Secondly, this data need to be labeled. But when I say that foundational models and they are being trained for foundational learning, suppose that here 5,000 students are sitting and I came and say that okay, I need to teach you deep learning, you will say that's not possible for you because all of them are going to have some very different background. They has to be properly labeled, okay, this is BTech, this is MTech, this is PhD, this is some other stream. Even in BTech, first year, second year, even in that, somebody is CS, somebody is electrical. So much amount of variety and somebody has to label and then I can teach. That becomes supervised learning with the labels. Instead of that, I said I am not going to teach you something very specialized. I am going to teach you how to behave in class, how to love your country, how to care your parents. Now these are, the objectives which are very broad, everyone has to learn, and once this guy is being learned, I will take BTech CSE, I will take it to some other room, and then you can fine tune that model for a particular task. That's the analogy that I wanted to give the foundational model. They are going to learn very richness of representation, generalization, so that it can actually work not only on Indian scenarios, may also can work on any other scenarios as well. Transfer learning biases should have to be reduced, and the most important is scaling performance. If I have 100, if I have 500, if I have 50,000 and so on, it has to scale. Huge amount of data sets are now publicly available. Most of them are having not labels, because if they are big, assume that if it is huge, then labels are not going to be there, because you can't label huge data sets. If they are small, labels will be there. So you first train your model in an unsupervised way over that big data set, and then fine tune it on different other type of smaller models or the supervised model that you actually want. You can see that unsupervised pre-training data sets, like these are unimodel data sets. Then you have multimodal data sets in which you are having images, you are having videos, you are having text, you are having speeches and so on. Then you can say that for each and every different type of task that you have, they started to come up with bigger and bigger and bigger data sets. Like for object detection task, they have something for a visual grounding task, you have something for tracking, you have something. Now see that these are the low level vision tasks, that if I have an image, you need to figure out that okay, this is someone, this is someone, this is someone. On all these three are different persons. If you can figure out that, then we can talk about that, okay, what they are doing. So first you need to tell that okay, they are three persons, they are doing something, and then you can talk about that, okay, one is President Trump, other one is say Narendra Modi, and third one is some. So once you have three prime ministers talking, you will see that okay, something important is going to happen. So that type of learning is going to happen, and you need to first of all do certain foundational tasks. Given those foundational tasks, then you can train your own supervised model to do certain types of segmentation and all, and then use all that information to figure out what was the important thing which was being planned or happening in that video. So all different types of data sets which are being there, and the point is that broad categories of foundational model is started with okay, I need to train, but not in the supervised but in the foundational method, but it's a unimodel. Only images are going, set of images or the videos are going, encoder decoder architecture is going to be there, and this is actually masked video modeling, MVM. Now what is that objective? As I have said, that for which your model has to be trained for, because if you don't have label, then what is going to be the ground truth against which you are going to get your losses being computed and gradient is back propagated. So the point is that the most of the time MVM type of objectives are being there, that you have a video, you take these frames and then you hide certain frames. Then you divide a whole frame into multiple patches, and then you hide certain patches. Now these hidden patches, so along with all the patches, suppose that I have an image like this, I have divided into 4 parts, part 1, part 2, part 3 and part 4, and then I hide part 1 and part 4, show part 2 and part 3 to the network and say that predict me what is part 1 and part 4. So that is becoming like the new norm by which you can train your network, that is actually masked video modeling, in which you divide frames, divide individual frames into different parts, and then given these parts you just take it to show it to your network and mask certain things and ask the network to predict what is the thing that I actually have masked. Can you predict that mask? And if you can predict that mask, by the way, it is completely unsupervised because it doesn't need any label for this, because it was anyways with you. You have hidden, you have just removed that, didn't have used it for training, and asking your model to predict what I was actually having. Then you can have multi-model foundational models in which video can be there, text can be there. There are data sets in which they are having persons sitting with all the EEG setup, and they show you different videos and this and that, and ask, and your network is also, so your data is collected, like EEG signals are being there, video is being there, text is being there, speech is being there. So now it's a complete multi-model data set which is going to be collected, and you can somehow learn how these modalities are being connected, and once you have trained a multi-model foundational model for this, probably you can understand that from the brain waves what this guy was thinking about, what it was actually thinking, what this guy was actually dreaming, and so on. All these things are actually happening. And the type of loss that actually uses most of the time is contrastive loss, which essentially, why this is contrastive, because similar things need to come closer, and different things has to go far. These are different types of way in which a multi-model foundational model can actually be trained. Whatever the modality, it will go into, divided into tokens, and is going into the encoder, and different types of encoder, maybe text encoder, vision encoder, image encoder, and so on. And then you can apply VTC type of losses, which are actually vision text contrastive loss. Several times you can apply vision text matching loss as well. This is the broad one can say taxonomy, in which you can say that the vision models are being there, vision foundational models are being there. By the way, there are language foundational models as well, but that's not my area, so I just wanted to talk about VIFMs, the vision foundational models. Actually, it all started with the language models, but it started to be borrowed as well in the vision model as well. So you can have image, video, and universal foundational models as well. And then the usual objectives are generative pre-training, discriminative pre-training, hybrid pre-training, and so many different types of things. So MLM, as I have said, that the mass language modeling, if you wanted to train on text, so you take a text, hide certain words, and ask your network, tell me what was those words. Similarly, video masking, then frame level masking, and then the image level modeling as well. And as I have said, the VTC and VTM, they are different types of losses onto which it can actually be trained. And as I have said, that the fine tuning has to happen. So once you train your deep big network, these foundational models to do certain tasks, they are essentially being post pre-training, we need to do fine tuning. As I have said, that now you have a small amount of data onto which you want your network to be trained in a supervised manner, so you can fine tune your network onto that. There is another thing which has happened, which is actually becoming the prompt tuning, which essentially mean to say that models parameters are being fixed, model is being trained for do certain foundational tasks, and once this model is actually being trained, you just need to do prompt tuning. Now what does that mean? So model is no more being trained on a small data or whatever the thing onto which you wanted to train on. I have got a model which is a foundational model. I need to train only the prompt. Now you see that model is being fixed, it's being trained, and it's not going to be retrained. Parameters are freeze, they are not being changed. Now what's going to be changed? The way I need to ask a question. Just think about it, that you have got a person, and Adi Guruji was here, and everyone was trying to ask certain questions, but we don't know the language. But the model is being trained. We are not training. What we decided? We decided somebody will come, she will ask question in English, he will answer in the language, and then somebody will translate. So we come up with a prompt, we come up with a way in which we can interact this model, because somebody is having huge amount of knowledge, we don't know how to interact. That's a prompt tuning. So I say that model is there, it is being trained, I don't know how to use that, I need to learn. It is happening several times. It has happened that we train a model and we ourselves are not sure or know how much this model know. The capability of the model is unknown. The way you train a person, जब आप बैटिंग करते हैं, so you say that okay, front foot you play like this and keep on doing that. After 10 to 15 balls, you started to hit the short pitch ball as well. How? Because model is not only training in a supervised manner, only same thing it's not learning, it's learning something more. So you need to know how to interact. So the prompt tuning actually started to say that I am not going to train my model is being trained, I need to train certain prompts by which it can actually work for me. And then comes the adapter, in which you have a bigger models, and instead of training all of them, I say that okay, this is the full model, I train certain 2 layers, I say that they are adapters. It is just like you you wanted to extend your network, you add certain layers to your network, and instead of training the whole network which is initially being trained as a foundational model, now just apply certain adapter layers and train only them. These are certain other models like Clip, Birds, Video, Coco, Clip, and so on. All of them are foundational models. I just skip because all of these ADA, Clip, and all, they are very excellent models being pre-trained and can do good work. How these models are being trained are, as I have said, that the fine tuning is going to happen. The simplest way and the efficient way is that you need to train some adapter, you need to train some prompts and all. And the challenge is that if you wanted to train a foundational model, this is not possible. It's taking billions and billions of parameters as well, huge amount of data, and we do not have that much amount of compute as well as the data the big companies are having. So we do PERFT, that's actually parameter efficient fine tuning, in which we don't train each and every layer, we don't train the full model, but instead of that we train it using LoRa, LoRa and QLoRa and other things as well. Not only you need to train, you also need to make sure that it should not happen that the catastrophic forgetting is going to happen, because if you train for something and then you don't train the whole network, instead of training certain small things, then it may also happen that certain things you may forget. It should not happen in that way. So these are the adapters, as I have said, that you can have the deep networks like this, transformer layers and encoders and all, but instead of having the multi-retention and fully forward network, we can have an adapter over here, we can have an adapter layer over here. It is just like having a big pipe and you wanted to connect two pipes. So what we usually do is that we usually have a small adapter in between. One pipe here, one pipe there, and in between there is an adapter. So the both of these pipes are fully trained, they can work good things for you, but in between I am applying an adapter. Now this adapter will help me, and I am going to train this adapter only. Instead of training the whole thing, I am just going to train this adapter. This adapter is going to be trained and being managed in such a way, learned in such a way, so that it can help to fine tune my model on the smaller data set onto which I am working, I wanted to work on. And then in this way parameters becomes very, very less, because everything is freezed. Only adapters are going to be trained, which are actually being shown over here. Certain things. So that was the one way in which adapters can actually be trained for. Then we can talk about LoRa. So what does it mean? So suppose that I am having a very deep network, big network, in which you are having D cross D matrix need to be learned, and typically this D can be very big, very big. Now if you wanted to learn this, I am learning it via foundational model learning. So you have huge amount of data, you have thousands and millions of nodes onto which your network is going to be trained. You train companies, big companies like maybe Facebook and Meta and others, they are training, Google is training, and they say that okay, I have come up with this big model. Now you take and make it, use that model. Now instead, once you say I can use this model, you need to train it, because if you take it directly, the performance is not going to be the way you are looking for, because this model is not being trained for your task. It's being trained for something, to figure out those set of parameters so that I use them and train my model in a better way, in an efficient way. So I say that I can have an encoder decoder sort of model in which the D dimensions are actually being going in, D dimensions are going in, R dimensions are coming out, which means that small amount of parameters are. So this D dimension doesn't have equal amount of weightage. Certain small amount of parameters are there which need to be only trained. I take this D, convert it into I and R, and then take this R and convert back into this D. Now how can I utilize that? This is the diagram in which, suppose that this is the fully connected layer that you wanted to train. Of course we can't train because it is having huge amount of parameters. Instead of training this fully connected network, I started to train using a LoRa adapter. How? This is first, you can see that I need to train this. Now D dimensions are going in. This is the actual weights which are being there, got frozen. I am not changing them. They are coming from the big company's foundational model which is publicly available. Now instead of that, I train an encoder and a decoder. Encoder is having D cross R parameters. Typically D is big, but R is very small. D cross D, just think about if D cross D is 1 lakh cross 1 lakh. It's huge. Now just think about R is a small number of say 1000. Then it is 1 lakh cross 1000, and this is 1000 cross 100. the number of parameters becomes very, very small and manageable. Now what we do is that I am having one network over here, that's an encoder that I am going to learn. I am having another network which is a decoder that I am going to learn. The responsibility of the encoder is to take a d-dimensional vector and convert it to a r-dimensional vector, and so forth. WR is taking an r-dimensional vector and converting into a d-dimensional vector. Input start from here, goes to the frozen layer as well as to the encoder decoder. You got two outputs, I add both of them, and then I give it to my networks, prediction, and the back propagation is only going to happen not here, it is only going to happen over here. Only back propagation is going to happen over here, and delta W you are getting. So W is being fixed, delta W is being computed. You need this delta W by doing a huge amount of computation. Instead of that, you just are trying to learn that set of weights in WA and WB so that you can get a delta W, which is actually a low rank approximation, which has to be a low rank approximation of this W. And then you keep on updating your weights because you only look for delta W for gradient descent. And there is a way in which it's being shown that huge amount of parameters got reduced. And they have shown that with very small amount of parameters being trained, they can train GPT-3, and you can also yourself can train GPT-3 on a very small amount of data if you apply LoRa and QLoRa. Otherwise, we can't train such networks. The other thing was the adapter, as I have said, that the prompt tuning adapters as well, in which fine tuning is happening, in which your parameters are being decided by theta, and theta has to change. Here in the prompt tuning, x will go and p will go, theta is being fixed, x is being fixed. I just need to learn how to get this learnable prompt. If I can learn best possible prompt, basically the language, the communication in which I can talk to a model, parameters are fixed, prompts are being learned, and now you know how to talk to a particular model. So you are even not sure that doctor actually knows something more than the doctorate. So they know so many other things, but you need to know how can I talk to that model. So they started to work in that way. So the same thing, the prompt and the input, both of them are being added and shown to the network, and x is being fixed, p is being differentiated, loss has been differentiated with respect to the p. Del L by del p is going to be computed so that you can know how to manipulate and modify our prompts. They have shown good performance as well. Now coming on to the some experiments, some applications, small amount of time which is being there, 5 to 8 minutes, I am going to finish that. So CLIP was the contrastive language image pre-training model. Essentially, CLIP is going to take two modalities. One is the text and other one is the image, and it will take the features coming from text as well as images and project them into a subspace where both of them can actually be correlated to each other. So how it's being done I will show, but the thing that's being trying to show within this slide is that you can have small data sets in which ResNet and CLIP performs very similarly. You can have ImageNet 2 data set. Over that we started to get some amount of edges. CLIP is a foundational model. It started to get some edge. As soon as your data becomes big, as soon as the generality in the data variation is going to be huge, then you can see that the performance of ImageNet started to decrease drastically. You can see that working on the ObjectNet, the performance is very bad. Working on ImageNet rendition as well as ImageNet adversarially and so on and so forth, the performance started to become very bad. This is the supervised learning. This is the foundational learning. This is the way CLIP has actually been trained. So you have text, you have its corresponding image. So you have an image and have a corresponding text. So in this way, if you have good amount of data, then what you can do is that paper the OCPUB, which is being the text for this image. So text will go into the text encoder, image will go into the image encoders, and this is the first text encoding, the second text encoding, the first text encoding, and the first image. The second image and the corresponding encoding, the third image and the corresponding encoding, and this whole matrix has been computed, which is essentially that all the diagonal elements are having strong correlation and relation because they are being coming from the same image, and the text pair of diagonal terms are completely dissimilar and doesn't carry much correlation. What the network is being trained for, contrastive, as I have said, all the off diagonal if I add, because these are two feature vectors, I just do the dot product. So, there is a similarity. If I add all the diagonal terms, it has to be less as well as, so they has to come close, and all the off diagonal terms they have to go as far as possible. That is why it's been called as clip contrastive language image pre-training model, most of the time being trained. And how can this be used for the single shot prediction is that I have an image, I don't know what is there. So just take the clip encoder, pre-trained clip encoder and decoder, and just say that okay, 5 or 10 different classes may be there. You just say cast a sentence on your own. The sentence may be a photo of maybe a plane, a photo of a car, photo of a dog. So photo of a car embedding is this, photo of a dog embedding is this, photo of a bird embedding is this, photo of some object. So all these different embeddings, and given an image, you show it to the encoder, you have got the image encoding, and just figure out that I1 Ti, I from 1 to all the subjects, all the objects, whichever pair is going to give you the highest correlation is essentially that particular object itself. So it can actually be used for zero shot prediction. We all know that the zero shot prediction is that the data onto which now I am working on, I don't have any idea that what is being there. Completely unsupervised, and nobody knows that what's going to be, what's the output classes onto which I am going to apply this model. The final model is Dino. It's a very, this is a very, versatile model, very good. Performance is also very good, and you just take this Dino model is essentially for the object detection. You take this and do any type of object detection onto it. If you have your own data, you can even fine tune that using the adapters and the other thing that I have said. But believe me, it's a very good model for being trained as a foundational model. You just take the pre-trained weights of the foundational model and then train, fine tune, and different types of prompting as well you can do it on this. So the other version of Dino is the grounding Dino. So you have Dino, then you have grounding Dino. Dino is being trained for object detection, or grounding Dino is essentially being trained from prompted grounding, prompted object detection, in which it actually says that tell me where is this object, tell me where is that object, and Dino is going to tell that where is the object is there or not, and where is that object. So Dino is a self-distillation with no labels. As I have said, that suppose that I have huge amount of data into which I am having labels for, I train this model, and then whatever the model I have trained, I take that model and then fine tune it over my small amount of data. The problem here is that how can you train on a data which doesn't have any label at all. So the way in which they have done, so it's essentially amalgamation of three to four different papers. This is deep reinforcement learning they have applied, then the bootstrapping of your bootstrapping latent, then bootstrap your own latent, and then Dino. These are the different things that they have applied on. Bootstrap your own latent was the idea which is being coming from deep learning, deep reinforcement learning. What is that? Let me quickly talk about this. That now you have an image and you don't know how to train because I don't have any label. What I have done, I have taken this image, crop it at random places. So I have a big image. I take one view of maybe this part and then another view of some other part. So now you have got from one image two different views. I take one view and take another view, and I am having two networks. One network is online network, other network is the target network. And what my idea is that I take this image, take its random crop, show it to the online network as well as the target network. Both of them are seeing the same image but different views. Then I don't know what is there. I just want to know that what should have to be my loss. I don't know whether it's a cat or a dog because labels are not given to me. How can I train? Take this, crop it. Now the feature that you are getting from your online network and the feature that you are getting from the target network, they has to be close. I don't know what is there in the image. I just have divided into two views. I give one view to one network, one view to another network, and just find the consensus between them. Why there has to be a consensus? Because both of them are saying the same thing. I don't know what is that, but both of them are seeing the exactly same thing. So there has to be a consensus. That's the only loss by which Dino, as I have said, this is a unsupervised, completely unsupervised, without any label you can train such systems. But that's not Dino, that's a bootstrap your own latent paper, the concept that they have actually used. Essentially, then they have used the knowledge distillation, because you can't train bigger models, so they try to come up with a smaller model as well as knowledge transfer. And essentially what they have done is that X coming from an image, big image, divided into different views, and one view is being shown to the student and the other view is being shown to the teacher, and both of them are being trained simultaneously. But understand, teacher is not being trained, gradients are being stopped. By the way, loss is going to be P1 is the output of my one view, P2 is the output of my second view. You just figure out what's the cross entropy loss between both of them. But whatever the loss that you have got, it's not being back propagated to teacher, it is only back propagated to the student network, and teacher is only getting, not getting the updates from the back propagation, but it's being updated using EMI, that's the exponential moving averages from the student itself. It's being shown that in this way, if you train teacher and student network, so now you can see that the teacher network is not being trained at all by scratch, it's actually being trained from the past iteration of the student network itself. Teacher is not being trained at all. And in this way, if you train your model, it's a completely unsupervised, but understand, if you wanted to train such type of model onto a small data set, it will won't work. You need to have huge, big amount of data and then big deep learning system onto which it's being initially trained as a unsupervised. This is unsupervised loss, no label and nothing. Once you train this, take that model, like now you can take Dino, and if you have very specific domain into which you wanted to apply your network, you take that model and then fine tune on that supervised task. It will work very well, because it has not been trained to learn something very specific, but it actually have learned something very generic. And once this generic system is actually being learned, you can use this to do a very specific type of learning, whatever the thing that you want. And you can train that as well. You can't train things from scratch. These are the attention maps and all. So it has been shown that this is something onto which they have applied, and this is the attention map onto which they have got, and have shown that huge amount of. So actually understood, Dino is not being trained to do some specific thing, but once you take a Dino model and show image like this, it understands that okay, there is something, this is a horse or zebra or whatever. Red thing is telling that it understood that this thing is something else, this blue thing is something else, black is the background and brown is something which is completely different. So it actually understood that, and later it's also understood. Now you want to say that okay, where is the zebra? So it understands that okay, this has to be the zebra, because these are different things that can be associated in a single object, and that can actually be a zebra. So that is the supervised learning, that on top of the foundational learning you are going to apply. The supervised, it's being shown that if you train your model in supervised way, and if you train your model in an unsupervised way like Dino, what different types of performance gains that you are going to get. Grounding Dino, just one line, that okay, it's having a complex architecture like this, which is essentially the same thing, but the thing is that it is also going to take, along with image, it is also going to take a text, and now text is going to be the prompt. So if I give you an image like this, and the prompt is pistol, then instead of telling me all the objects, you need to understand that I have asked for a very specific thing. Pistol, please tell me where is the pistol. So here is the pistol, here is the pistol. Don't tell me that this is subject number 1, this is subject number 2. Suppose that if I say that the prompt is person and a dog, then you will have to tell that there is a person, there is a dog. Where is the person, where is the dog? So depending upon the prompt, so it's nothing but, so now it's being called a Dino, and the grounding of the Dino has happened over the text itself. So if you have a text and you wanted to figure out where is that particular object in the image, grounding Dino is a model for that. I guess that the time was given to me was 30 minutes. It's slightly over that, but I am done with that. Thank you. If you have any question that you can ask. Anyone? Yes, sir. Okay.
How much accuracy can be termed as good accuracy when it comes to this unsupervised model?
So now that also depends upon what is the application onto which you apply. Now suppose that it is going to be a human surveillance system in which airport you wanted to apply, and 500, 1000 persons are coming in a single frame, or maybe 500 persons coming in a single frame, and you wanted to figure out that who is the person who is walking in a very, you know, different manner, because you wanted to see out that there is some abnormal gait. In that way, probably you can say that up to 90, 95 is something that is acceptable. But once you say that, okay, something much more specific than, suppose the fingerprints and something is happening, face recognition is happening, and out of 100, 5 times you are failing, nobody is going to use that. So it depends upon this, and as well as because I used to work in biometric, most of the time I used to give those examples, but suppose that you only do classification and all, I have seen that 70%, 75% type of accuracy person is report, because, and if there are 5,000 different classes, 5,000, 1,000 different classes, then the accuracy is, suppose that 70, 75, it's a very good accuracy because it's not by chance. If you have only 2 classes, 50% is by default the accuracy. So that depends upon area as well.
And instead of contrastive, can we fine-tune it with triplet or quadrant?
Yes, yes. So depending upon, so as I've said, contrastive, as you know that the contrastive can only work up to that. Now if you wanted to train for, you know, higher accuracy, but triplet and other things we can't train for a foundational model because it takes huge amount of time and it becomes huge amount of triplets and all, and triplets are most of the time simple as well, so you need to do triplet mining and so more, hard mining and all that stuff. But once you train, you take this model and use this model to do face recognition or any type of recognition, and then do triplet and other type of Yes. Yes. So that again depends upon what type of application, because suppose that I usually, so I have given. Yes. Okay.
Nowadays we are observing cyber attacks when the wars are taking
Okay. Yeah.
So this which model can apply and identify the threats or threats we can avoid?
So if you ask me that, suppose that the way Major was saying, drones are flying and then you need to figure out where is the drone. Dino is a very good model for this, and it can work very well. But the point is that it has to be in the real time, because as you have said that it has to be in the real time, then you need to take a model, adapt is the way Major was saying that you'll have to develop these things. So Dino is there, grounding Dino is there. At some point of time you say that a big drone, now you tried the prompt, a small drone, then you say a drone which is something like this. And you need to fine tune these models depending upon your need as well as the machine onto which you are going to run and how fast you want. Now suppose that you want very real time systems, you apply more and more GPUs, maybe a bigger model can actually work, but at some point of time you may feel that, okay, I need to run multiple such models because huge amount of data is going to come, then probably you need to do some sort of teacher student thing and decrease the complexity of the model so that it can run on machines. But Dino is a good model for this. We have seen Dino is a very recent, last 2 years, and most of for object detection everyone is started to use Dino and all. Yes, so as I have said that there are 2 ways in which, not 2 but broadly 2, one was the way in which LoRa is actually being done, and other one was the adapter. So LoRa was this, that D cross D set of parameters are there. I am not touching any of them, because if I touch them something wrong will happen. Big company has given me a good model, so but I need to train this model. So I have divided D into R small and R to D. So I am no more touching any parameters like this, but I am just getting delta W, which is a broader approximation. What would have happened if you have got a loss and back propagated onto this? then what should have to be the delta W? It's just an approximation. This guy, magenta guy, actually trying to get that. So we exactly don't know what are the parameters which are being changed, but we somehow manage that it should not be too big to be changed. Adapter, the point is that suppose that I am having a very deep network like this, and within this, not this is the LoRa adapter, the normal adapter was like this. Now suppose that in this I am having a deep network, feed forward and this and that, this multi-head attention, feed forward and attention and feed forward. I am not touching them, they are being trained, but along with that I have placed my own small layer. So that is the adapter. With this small layer, there may be 5,000 different parameters which are being in one block, but this adapter may be having only 50. So that is now in our hand, that what is the the thing that we can change. That can be controlled via adapter. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah, you have a question, please.
Is there any significant advantages of using PERF, like as you mentioned, or something like RLHF, like the reinforcement learning improvement?
So as I have said that RL or reinforcement learning improvement to the and LoRa or PEFT, so both of them are two different methodologies, first of all. So if you have a network, and if you have a deep network, and if you can't train that network, the only way in which you can train such network is applying some PEFT, performance parameter efficient thing. Now the other way around is that the RL. So several times it may happen that you have got a robot, and then that robot need to be trained how to climb stairs. अब आप उसपे supervised learning you wanted to apply. How can we apply a supervised learning and get the data for this? So we apply reinforcement learning, which is a completely unsupervised version in which you don't have the ground truth, but you just learn via exploration. So robot will come and 500 times got hit and may not be able to climb even a single step, 5,000 times. But once it understands how to climb one step, it will clear everything. So that's the main difference between learning via exploration and learning via supervised learning, or the different types of losses when you have the labels. I can also give one more thing over here, that all these things is happening. I used to teach deep reinforcement learning as well, and every time in the class I say that the deep RL concepts are very complicated with so much amount of math and all. They are well mathematically grounded, but the point that I wanted to make is that everyone is trying to do things in a RL way because it doesn't need any ground truth. Human don't learn via ground truth. Every time आपके father ही नहीं कहते थे इधर मत जाइए, ये मत. They used to give you certain tips and tricks, and you explore most of the time. And once you explore, you started to learn. So learning via exploration is something which is being given by RL, and everyone started to apply that and understand that ChatGPT was also not performing very well before, when it was being initiated. But after that, at last step, they have done RLHF. That's a human feedback using the reinforcement learning, and they started to get very, very good performance over there. So RL is definitely going to take certain stage, maybe in some upcoming time.
Now, as you said, mentioned like knowledge distillation, those are all different compression techniques.
Yeah.
So is there any merit in actually doing a compression for a foundational model, or is it worth it more to do fine tuning and then compressing using pruning, quantization, or knowledge?
So as I say that again, it's dependent upon what is the application, what is the company, how much amount of GPU resources and data that you have. Now suppose that you wanted me to train my student, I just have got some information, sir, hard disk, I need more hard disk. Now they are demanding for hard disk, and we are talking about VRAMs. It's a big difference. So that depends upon the group into which you are, the company and all. But suppose that if you have huge amount of resource, then why don't you optimize? If you don't have that much amount of resource, then you optimize. And what I have seen is that first researchers do something in an unoptimized way, and that becomes the benchmark, SOTA and all. After 5 years, everyone started to compress that. then that will become the SOTA. So first it will expand, ki VRAM, VRAM, you take every VRAM. AlexNet was there, and then what was happening for 3 years? Bigger model, bigger model, bigger model. At some point of time, no, now a bigger model. Right now, if you write a paper with a bigger model, nobody is going to give you any credit. They will say, what is the new thing that you have done? Then you say that, okay, now it's not a bigger model, it's a smaller model, but works similar to a bigger model. So it all depends, and most of the time being the type of accuracies that you are getting. Compression is just for the running things. Again, it may quote or misquote, but compression most of the time we used to see it as, when you wanted to run something on some edge device or something. So that's why you need smaller model. But sometimes your models are right now becoming so big and big that even big companies can't train that million to million models. So they will say that, okay, a compressed model of that is the thing that I am training. So that's also happening. Okay. Yes. You also have a question. Yes. So as soon as you say, and that's a good question, and if you work in any area like X-ray, there is a foundational model for X-ray. There is a publicly available foundational model for X-ray, publicly available foundational model for ultrasound, CT, MR. They are coming publicly available freely. Now you download, you run, some type of accuracy you are going to get, then you have the power of adapter or LoRa and PEFT and this and that, or maybe other types of way in which you can train your model. Take a pre-trained model and then work. So all these models are publicly, just figure out that what's the best possible X-ray foundational model. They are publicly available. Yes. This is again a good question. Government itself. So I have also written a project, and everyone is now writing a project. Now ChatGPT is there. Then why Bhashini, Indic languages? The point is that this is India, this is Hindi, suppose that, and other languages as well. Now do you think that ever, at any point of time, America is going to invest anything to make something for Hindi, or maybe Tamil, or maybe some other Indic language? No. So second thing is that you are taking something for granted coming from some abroad company. They are, by the way, using your data, using all of our knowledge and all, whatever we do every day using ChatGPT. We all use ChatGPT. Student hai, you keep on doing your assignments using ChatGPT. So it will take all this data being trained, and it can bias the output, what they want, and show it to you. It can bias history. They can bias so many things, whatever they want. And because of that, after so many last 2 to 3 years, because of so much amount of instability which is happening around the world, at the globe, all our students are training all these models for these big companies, Meta and all. But we don't have our own thing, and we are relying on them. And suppose that war happen or something happen, and they stop, or they started to bias the things in the way, they can tell that, okay, your prime minister doing something wrong from your ChatGPT, not from social media and all. So everything started to be thought in terms of, one, that we have a very broad culture. We have Hindi, so we have Tamil, complete languages. I mean, it's not that something that I can speak in Hindi, it can't be expressed in Tamil. Complete languages. Similarly, you have a huge amount of variation of culture. Himachal has a different culture. Madhya Pradesh has a different culture. Faces are different within India. Faces are different. If you see, he seems like South Indian, he seems like North Indian, he can be seen like, coming from Kashmir. Now, if such type of biases are there, if we don't have our own model, it's never ever going to capture. You take any generative model and say that make an Indian face. So, वो सबसे गरीब सा एक आदमी, it will show it to you. It will generate someone having beer, jameen pe baitha hua and not doing anything useful. That's the picture that they wanted to show. So if we have our own model, China has its own model, and our fight is going to be at some point of time maybe with them. So that's why our own things, our own language models, and government itself is giving huge amount of, support for this, as well as, multiple researchers are trying to work on to that. Yes, ma'am. So when I say how can we make, so now that, let me answer it in this way, that hallucination is a global problem. It's not only for our language, it's going to be for German, Russian, English, and everyone. So the way in which hallucination has to be dealt with, there is can be a whole lecture onto that, because the hallucination is the biggest problem of any type of generalized, language generation, as well as artifact generation for any type of image generation. So it is going to be there. Let me give you this answer, the answer in this way, that now you can see that it's a data driven system. Everything is data driven. Algorithms remains to be the same. Dino and this and that. I never have talked about CNN and RNN and LSTMs and this and that. I just said that take any model, work. Algorithm is same, model is same. Dino ke baad Sino will come. Suppose that. It's not there, just given the example. Sino will come, and it will also having a very similar type of, architecture and all. Everything becomes data centric. Now, when everything becomes data centric, we need to have our own data sets to train such systems. Once such system has been trained, you can utilize it to solve your problems. Now, all the problems which are going to be there for any English or other things, hallucination is going to be there, randomness is going to be there, bias is going to be there, gender bias is going to be there. Suppose that you wanted to talk about females, maybe less amount of things may be written for a particular thing, and because of that it will say, no, I assume that in army every time only men are there. It may say something like this. So how to manage all that? There are ways. So hallucination is also a very big problem. It has to be seen in that way. But as I have said, that our own India-centric ecosystem of multimodal data, our brain work in a different way. Our faces are completely different, our languages are completely different, our emotions are different, our culture is different. That's why we need multimodality. And then once we have that, then we need to apply all hallucination removals and all. Okay, ma'am.
Any other questions? What a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. We have to have our own.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Lunchtime, what? I think it's lunchtime. So lunchtime
you can join for a lunch at Central Director Dining Facility.
All of you would have been aware of it. 7th of May, 1:44 a.m. Till 10th of May at around 3:30 p.m. This went on. So we'll just see, because why ICCCNT per se we want to show you this is because this is a war of technology. We demonstrated a lot of technologies in this war, and in future the war is much more going to be, it's going to be much more technical and technological. So let's go through Operation Sindoor, a tragedy which shook the nation. So it all started in Pahalgam. We all know 26 of our countrymen were killed brutally by terrorists from across Pakistan, a state-sponsored terrorist act, which took the nation by shock and by anger. Every one of us were angry. So then followed the actions. The Prime Minister then was in Saudi Arabia on a state visit. He cancelled his visit, headed back to the country. The Cabinet Committee of Security met, and then certain decisions were taken that the terrorist and the perpetrator of terrorism has to be punished and will be punished. So PM gives a free hand to the armed forces. So it was a part of, the strategy was retaliation without much of escalation. We will hit them, but we will not get into a war. So the tri-services have presented their options, the military actions or kinetic actions we call, what are the options available for India. And then subsequently, we gathered, the diplomatic side went and gathered support. Why exactly we wanted to hit the terrorist camps, what is Operation Sindoor all about, even before the operation was started. So we need to have strategic alignment with the global countries, the global world. So that's the time our diplomats are busy traveling across the countries. Precisely 66 countries, the larger countries, stood strongly with India. They agreed that India's right to retaliate or to act against her self-defense is valid and justified. So there is a perception that in the world that no country stood with India. I'll come to that later. So the mission was to strike terror at its roots. So this is where precisely we did. You can see all these locations out there from the north side of Pakistan, which is the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, all the way till Lahore and Naun. We went till Karachi. But the first day, 8th of March per se, we hit those terrorist camps, basically to target their terrorism. So there are three type of targets we identified. One was a staging area where terrorists were assembled before they were infiltrated, before they were infiltrated into the country. Second was the training camps of those terror, and third was the logistics or the ammunitions, the arms and weapons which they kept. So all three were targeted. So now imagine the amount of effort which would have gone inside, because the attack on us happened on 22nd of April and the retaliatory action was done on 7th of May. So in between we had almost 3 weeks of time. Common sense, they would have already moved those terrorists to safer heavens, but our Indian intelligence had precise information of where they were staying, the exact grid reference, which building to the which window. So that requires three. One is a human intelligence of our intelligence agencies like RNAW, and second is the SIG intelligence, SIGINT we call it as, and technical intelligence. So this SIG and tech is where ICCCNT comes into play. We have gone actually a long way ahead, competing with all those 4 big nations which are very, very good in signal and technical intelligence. That's why we were able to precisely target exactly at the location where they are. So these are the key terrorists who were taken off. It is not about a revenge of Pahalgam. Okay, it was not just about a revenge of Pahalgam. Terrorists who were involved in 93 Mumbai blast, terrorists who were involved in 2008 Mumbai blast, terrorists who were involved in the killing of Daniel Pearl, a Jewish American journalist. So all those guys were taken off. We will come to the thing. So this picture shows clearly it's a state-sponsored terrorism. The kind of people whom you see behind in this photograph is their leading military generals, their police, senior police officials, bureaucrats, judges. So all were present present on the funeral of a terrorist, a slain terrorist. So this clearly shows Pakistan was using terror as an state-sponsored act against our country. So now this is a sequence of event. May 7, missile strike on Pakistan, we did it, and subsequently they retaliated. Second day of escalation, May 8th, civilian areas of India was targeted, especially Poonch and Rajouri, where unarmed civilians were bombed. The RT shelters, a lot of them got killed, precisely 17 of them. Then we further escalated the level. And on 10th of March, 10th of May was a turning point where India decided to give a lesson to Pakistan in the way it can understand. We struck Noorkan with our BrahMos. Noorkan is the most protected military base in Africa, in Pakistan, and Noorkan is supposed to have nuclear weapons of Pakistan. It's supposed to have the VVIP fleet, just in case something happens to the country. For the VVIP fleet and their SAB-Erics, AVACS, the aerial reconnaissance aircrafts. So a very highly protected military base. We hit them, and a hill nearby called Kirana Hills. We hit the entry and exit of the nuclear stockpile which we had, which eventually forced Pakistan to surrender. So they made a call to US and subsequently to Saudi Arabia. Saudi spoke on their behalf. Then we told them we have existing communication with Pakistan, which is the DGMO, Director General Military Operations. They talk with each other. 3:30 they requested us, somewhere around the noon. Our DGMO took a call at 3:30. Then they said we don't want to escalate it, we want to end it here. That's how Ops Sindoor got concluded. Now is a critical place. You can see the Bawalpur terror strike. If you see the picture 1 and picture 2, which picture 2 clearly says the precision of our missiles. We are one of the country who have missiles which can strike at 1 meter accuracy. That's satellite photographs which you can see, it's clearly evident. We wanted to strike exactly the second floor, we struck there. Imagine a BrahMos, which is, the aircraft took off from base from Tamil Nadu, it's in Tanjore. It flew all the way till the western borders. Then it fires a missile and it goes back. A Sukhoi 30 MK was used. And that missile goes and hits a building. If we say building, this is a building. Now in this building, I want to hit hall number 1 or hall number 2 where we are sitting here. That's how precisely we hit. So this precision is because of our engineering capability in terms of our sensors, in terms of our avionics, in terms of our satellites, and in terms of our communication. You would have heard about interview given by the DRDO's chief. He said we have one of the best missile control algorithms in the world. Now when it's algorithm, it is computers. It's computing. So missiles are just, a pack of explosives which is propelled with a rocket engine. But that's just one part of it. The entire missile control, everything is done through computing and networking. And we used advanced AI. So that's how precisely we took off these targets without killing civilians. We chose midnight because to have less or almost zero collateral damage. This is how precisely we acted. So these are the Noorkan Air Base where you can see. So there's a mark there in our left side. That's a satellite imagery where we struck. And this is the Noorkan Air Base which was struck. So the total estimated loss for Pakistan in this 3 days of operation, a conservative estimate says it's $7 billion. The kind of weapons we used, standoff weapons, and war is all about economics. How much we spend and how much your enemy loses. So we were well off in it. So the information warfare, it was on. We had thousands and thousands of fake messages coming in, fake videos, incidents of drones, incidents of Indian Army being hit, incident of a woman pilot being killed, captured. So that was an information warfare which was launched on us. Pakistan spends 2,000 crore annually to run an information warfare on us, because in the battlefield we won the war, but in the perception of the people's mind, possibly still people have issues or thoughts linger. What exactly happened? Did we lose Rafales? How many Rafales did we use? To give a perspective, we have 2,200 aircrafts closely, and Rafales are just 36, out of which 32 is operational, 4 is for training. In that 32, you are bound to lose 1 or 2 aircrafts. That's bound to happen. If you want your car to be safe without scratches, it has to stay in your home. If you come, get it onto the road, it's bound to have some damages. We also saw a classical operation by Ukrainian army, Operation Spiderweb. They took a Russian military base which was 4,000 kilometers away from the Ukraine-Russia border. So even if the aircrafts are parked, we can't assume it's safe. The larger picture here is the mission objective, and the larger picture here is, did we achieve our mission objective or not? The answer to both is yes. At what cost? At a very, very economic cost. So India's combat gear, this is where our arsenal is. So you can just have a look at it. S-400, the media hyped so much about S-400. S-400 was used in the final phases. That's only one odd time. Major weapon which was used was our QR-SAMs, which is completely indigenous. You can see on the bottom most, 25 to 30 kilometer range. And then we had the shorter range missiles. Spider SR is basically an Indo-Israeli joint venture. And then we had Zeus and Osakas are basically it's a foreign weapon. So it's a mix of completely Indian, Indo-Israel or a joint venture or a completely Indian weapon, which is Akash. If you heard of Akash program director, the director of Akash missile, Dr. Prahlad Rao, Subbarao, when he gave an interview, he has spent 22 years on developing this missile, and post Operation Sindoor, 16 countries have given their willingness to procure this missile from India. Akash worked like a charm. The hero of this entire air defense, when thousands, hundreds of drones and missiles were fired from Pakistan, was actually Akash. Yes, S-400 is for a larger purpose. When you have scores and scores of ballistic missiles coming in, 50 odd missiles coming in, that's where we effectively use S-400. This big a country, it is impossible to provide a missile shield like Iron Dome. Israel is a very small country. So tactically we are placed at certain locations to protect our strategic air bases. Pakistan in fact went and created a fake propaganda that they have hit Adhampur air base, which actually hosted the S-400s. That's when I think 12th of May somewhere our Prime Minister went to Adhampur air base at early morning and he delivered an address to the brave air warriors at the S-400 behind his back. That's how we busted the myth. So in all this, if you see the range of missiles right from Prithvi, Dhanush, Agni. Agni is ballistic, we didn't use any of Agni. Agni is 100% indigenous. Almost 90% of the components which goes into Agni is indigenous. We have Pralay, we never used it. What we saw in Operation Sindoor in the 3 days war briefly was India's 5% firepower. We didn't use much of it. Why this is important is, in future, the war is going to be more non-contact. When I say non-contact, if you go refer back to our previous war, which is Kargil, our force, the soldiers and officers, they physically fought. Sometimes it was hand-to-hand combat. Now out here in Operation Sindoor, it's completely a modern warfare where the soldiers didn't come hand-to-hand or face-to-face. We never took a huge army, went inside Pakistan. Mostly it was missiles, drones and loitering munitions. All these three works completely on systems and AI. Without computers, without electronics, none of the systems work. So this is what I was mentioning in the morning, whoever was there in the morning session. What you see out in the right side of the screen is an L-70 air defense gun, and it can fire up to 330 rounds per minute. What actually happens is, there is a gunner who sits and physically turns the gun. Later we automated it. We had a motor to assist it. It's like a vehicle with an electronic steering. What you see in the next picture, you can see a kind of a camera kind of a stuff. So that was done by a company called Tonbo Imaging from Bangalore. It is a startup company. So they came out with the innovation. Now this imager is integrated with the gun. So what exactly happened in Op Sindoor is, this gun in rest of the countries you can see it only in the museum. It's completely a phased out weapon. If there are bikers who are interested, we are trying to pick up a RX 100 and we are trying to compete with the latest KTM 390 Dukes or a 500cc bike, right? But we did it. Why? Because this is where the Indian engineering mind comes into play. This is all where you all come into play. Think something out of the box. This gun was fitted with this, and this exactly captures everything which comes into the sky at a certain range. So all those Pakistani drones which came in, the Turkish drones, Akinci drones which came in, the CH-3 series drones, Chinese drones which they used in, was precisely identified by these cameras and sensors, both day and night. And then through a software, it gives a command to the gun. And the gun turns up, aligns it, and then fires it. So that's how we were able to prevent 99.99% of the drones which were supposed to hit our civilians. All these things were prevented. In fact, our Golden Temple was prevented even from a scratch of a drone by this. So this is an outdated weapon. But something was done by some youngsters, some intellectuals like you, which made this gun into a different thing altogether. And this is the cheapest way in terms of countering a drone threat. Direct beam weapons, laser weapons, those are all very, very expensive. Or if you buy an imported system like Iron Dome, it's still much more expensive. So that's how you guys need to think a bit out of the box, because these innovations really makes us a winner. So these are the few weapons. Barak is like India-Israeli joint partnership. We manufacture in India. We co-partnered with Israel. So Israelis have a scheme. I'll connect you. Whoever is interested, you can connect with me offline. So they have a intellectual partnership with us in critical technologies, not only in defense, in agriculture, in climate, and other areas, infrastructure. You can partner with them. They are ready to give you technology. Vice versa, they are ready to co-develop a technology. But the manufacturing will effectively done by India. The same Barak missiles was used by Israel in a sea roll in the Israel-Iran war, which happened for 12 days. So this is Rudram. This is what, this is another champion, I would say. It's typically a radar killer. It's 100% indigenous. Rudram is the one which took on Chinese HQ-9B air defense system. Chinese HQ-9B, they claimed it to be more superior than S-300, Russian air defense system. But when we hit them with these missiles, in one of a place, Lahore is very close to the Indian border, where we hit was not on a target which was supposed to be, stopped or prevented by the HQ-9B air defense system. We hit the radar of the HQ-9B air defense system, which means we hit the enemy's eyes. Post which China has to rethink at least 100 times, because it's the same system which they have deployed across our northern and eastern borders in Galwan all the way till Arunachal Pradesh. So China always believes in a non-contact, high network-centric warfare. So this completely took off. Because why am I telling this? Is behind this, there are 28 educational institutions and close to 2,100 MSMEs. When I say educational institutions, it's you. So we can see Akash Tir. This is a system. It's not a weapon in itself. So we had the integrated command and controls. This is headed by Air Force in an undisclosed location. So all the radars, the Indians, the ones, the S-400s, the Dhirtis, the Swati radar, the satellite inputs, everything flows into a control room, what you see on a hi-fi Hollywood movie. Then the kind of threat is analyzed through AI and the target allocation is given. I may have a S-400 in Adampur, but to counter a drone which is worth 3 crore, I will not be firing a 50 crore worth missile. So it has to be done by a resource which is much, much cheaper. So everything which was done here was through AI. Absolutely there is no manual intervention. And this control center was way, way away from the battlefield. You can operate it here from IIT Indore, you can operate it from Andaman, you can operate it anywhere through our own satellites. So this is one thing which the world is now seeing, because the criticism about the Indian forces is you buy one thing from Israel, you buy one thing from France, you want to buy one thing from, why can't you have a homogeneous weapon system? So we proved again that we will get the best of the Indian homegrown and the imported technologies, but we still can integrate it. No other country has ever done it. So you can see an Akash missile being fired. So Akash is India's pride. So when I say Akash, it's not the mission director himself. Yes, of course, he is the leader who led the project. It's about, as I said, close to 28 educational institutions, students, faculties, researchers, and close to 2,100 MSMEs. So we don't have to be dependent on any other country. We can produce as much as Akash we want. BrahMos, of course, we know, no introduction needed. pads we used, Prithvi Air Defense System. There's very less spoken about pads. We did it. Either Akash or BrahMos or pads, there is no way Pakistan was able to stop it. The reaction time Pakistan had was roughly between 25 to 50 seconds. In that, they have to decide which air defense system they should be using it. Why am I saying it's not about a victory on Pakistan? Pakistan smartly uses two best of the weapon systems, which they claim. One is the American system and the other one is the Chinese system. Chinese systems have been broken. Be it software or be it hardware, the myth of China being a global military power has been broken. Now China have to go back to their boardroom and think 100 times before they try to mess with India or have a limited war with India. So these are the few hardwares. In interest of time, I'll skip it. So this is one thing which we never used it. INS Vikrant, carrier battle group. So when we say, I spoke to a naval officer, who said, you don't find INS Vikrant in the battlefield because INS Vikrant is the battlefield. So 36 of our naval ships and submarines were ready on the Arabian Sea, and they were just about to press the trigger. The government said not to escalate it. If they would have done it, Karachi would have been up in flames, burning even today, because they store so much of oil. We chose not to do it. Controlled aggression is our way of dealing with our adversaries. So this is where the Chinese order comes into play. HQ-9, which they were dependent on, it was completely decimated. Lai-30, another Chinese air defense system, which was again completely outnumbered, or I would say. CH-9 drones, which they claimed it to be equivalent to, the Predator drones of US. So it's actually a copycat of a Predator zone. These drones were also shot down. J-10, again, they lost close to 12 aircrafts, which includes a 4.5 generation J-10. Bayraktar and Akrinci, the famous Turkish brands of drones, those were shot down. And this is one plane they never used it this time, F-16s, because that was parked safely way ahead in the other side of their border in Quetta. They never used F-16s in this battle. So what is next after Op Sindoor? This is where you all come into play. We are in DRDO is in a very advanced stage of deploying a very high frequency radar. DRDO is already testing photonic radar. Radar works on radio waves. Photonic radar works on light, photons. So this will eventually capture everything which a stealth aircraft is capable of. Stealth aircraft is no more stealth. The 5th generation stealth is supposed to be not seen in a radar. We saw one of the most advanced aircraft in the world, F-35, lying in our Trivandrum airport. So it's not about we moving into a 5th generation or we are lacking in terms of our own aircraft production. Yes, of course we do, but we have other plans and other strategies to counter it. We have Project Kusha, it's our own S-400 system. As of now, government has gone ahead and decided to give TDF, Technology Development Fund, even to a startup. So the fund is centrally given to DRDO. If you are able to partner, if you want to make a sensor, if you want to make a polymer, some coating, anything to do with a missile, which is all available in the internet, you can get in touch with DRDO and you have to present your case, certain amount of trials will happen. And for doing all those things, a validation like ICCCNT, a certification from ICCCNT holds a lot. Just now somebody approached me. Where is he? What's your name? Kanishka Jain from Oriental University. So I connected him with a officer in the Indian Army. So he said, okay, his idea is good. I heard him, he wants validation for his innovation. So that's how we started the conversation. So I spoke to somebody else. The first thing my colleague said, who is in Army, said is, tell him to present a paper in ICCCNT, let that get validated, because when he comes to me, I think that's what he told you? Told you to present the paper? Yeah. So we say, this is where you come into play, because thousands of us can go and approach DRDO. Then there is a level of filter which will be, when we go for a job, we put our CV, right? We give our CV and then the CV gets shortlisted. So this is something like your CV. So the more and more papers you present during your academic days and even after, the more and more brighter prospects you have to, participate in such projects. So, honoring the heroes, we all did it. We really thanked our heroes. We also remembered the people whom we lost. So, this is just to give an orientation of what exactly Operation Sindoor. It's not a war which was fought in the border. This was India's technology prowess, India's startup minds, India's academia, India's scientists, India's tactical brilliance, India's innovative mindset, what we saw in L-70. The outdated, obsolete gun was brought back to life, with so much of this thing. So this is where the current year, the government is going to spend close to 45,000 crore in the next coming 4 to 5 months on operational procurement. I have seen 2 startups based in Coimbatore who had made a 50 kilometer, I think it's 50 kilometer, 5 kg payload loitering mission, a drone. Indian Air Force has already placed orders for 15 drones. So this is a golden opportunity for you. The wars are not going to stop. We are a peace-loving nation, but the peace comes with strength. If we are weak, then the peace is at the enemy's mercy, whether to give us peace or not. So in the coming days, you will see a lot of technology prowess in defense, in agriculture, things related to climate change, clean energy. These are the 4 pillars which will drive the country's economy and also the technology in the coming years to come. So whoever wants to innovate, you want to present some papers, think of these practical issues. We have already demonstrated it. So think of these issues where you can actually partner with the bigger organizations like DRDO, HAL or Indian Army. So I want to show a few videos. Anyway, we are running short of time. So quickly we can take few questions, two questions if anybody has. The problem or a good thing with the post-lunch session is no questions. Okay, thank you all. Jai Hind. Okay.
Like when I see these all missiles, like guided missiles and all that, is it one of the application of computer vision?
Yeah. The entire warfare is now computer-centric, network-centric. Yeah. 100% Operation Sindoor, as I said, was based in a control room. The entire war was actually controlled from a centralized place.
And how we get it? Is it only through the drones? Or there is some other mechanism like satellite images or what?
We have satellites. We have low Earth orbit LEO satellites. We have geo satellites. We have HALOS, high altitude, long endurance missions. We have aircrafts, radars. We have ground radars. It's almost a mix of everything. Everything put together, we were able to exactly see what Pakistan was doing. It was like a live war which we can all come and sit here and see. So that's all connected through internet. And India worked in a GPS denied environment, for your example. We worked in a GPS denied environment. We had our own Navix based navigation. We had inertia based navigation. A lot of times we completely, the day to May 7th noon onwards, we switched off. Yeah. See, the 2 things it has been done. One is you send a drone to a designated location in Pakistan. It takes a inertia based direction. You don't have to have any navigation. It goes, say for example, it goes till Pathankot. The drone knows, you program it, it goes all the way till Pathankot, which is your own airspace. The drone has less threat of being shot down. But as it homes on to the target, that's where you switch on your navigation. Firstly, it shows, it reduces your power. Second, the enemy cannot jam it. If there is a GPS jamming, it cannot be done. The second thing is, you just research this company, Israeli company called Elsight. Elsight, E-L-S-I-G-H-T. Elsight provides a platform to the entire world where you make a drone Today we have three category of drone. One is the visual line of sight drones, VLOS. Second one is the VLOS extended range. What we use, DJI or whatever we use for a wedding photography or a hobby, is a visual line of sight drone. Your drone and your eyes are in communication. But in military, it is beyond the visual range. You take off from somewhere and you go somewhere. What is missing is the first person view. We call it as FPV drones. That's what your question, right? So what this company offers is, you don't have to worry about the communication part. You make your drone, make your hardware, do everything, and then you subscribe to them. They give you this module which provides you both audio and video feed live. No, you can partner with them. It's like Ola using Google Maps. You don't have to, the thing here is you don't have to create a Google map. That's too heavy for a startup. The Google map is already there. We can use it. And once if you are looking at defense as a thing, then India also gives you NAVIC access. It is GPS, it's inertia, it's NAVIX. GPS generally we deny it, we don't want it because GPS can now be spoofed. The drones can be easily shot down by, that's why we are able to hit so many Pakistani targets. Yeah.
So what was the input for missiles to hit HQ-9s? Because just before HQ-9s were shot, the civil airspace was still open. So you have a radar, a civil radar as well for aircraft. So how would you differentiate between an HQ-9 rays coming out from HQ-9 and civil radar?
There are frequency differences. There are frequency differences and the intensity. The intensity of the radio waves. See, you can't actually differentiate it, but there is also ground intelligence. The moment, what is the first thing which Pakistan did? Shut down their airspace. So, no, even before that they shut down the airspace. The border ones were shut down. Like Karachi, I think was operational. The border ones were shut down. We had pinpoint intelligence that we know precisely where exactly which building exactly HQ-9s were there. That's why we were able to hit, and it gives signature. Our radar system currently is even a minutest of the signature, you will be able to pick it up. Sir. Great, sir, great. Okay. Okay, I see, okay. Bangalore. Okay. Sure. Yes, sir. In any air defense, any hostile missile which comes in, they know their methods to analyze whether it carries a nuclear load. Thumb rule is if an enemy uses a ballistic missile, it's supposed to carry a nuclear head. So here we never used a ballistic missile. India never used it. We all used only Akash and cruise missiles like BrahMos. We never used a ballistic missile. But there are unconfirmed sources that on 10th of May early morning, Pakistan did fire a Babar ballistic missile, which was shot down somewhere near Sirsa in Haryana. After that, we hit them where exactly. In fact, nobody is aware of this. We are the only country in the world which went and hit a nuclear nation, a nation which has got nuclear weapons, and that too on a nuclear storage. We are the first country in the world to ever do it. It requires a lot of guts. It requires a lot of technical brilliance. What US did, took their B-2 bombers, came with 45 odd aircrafts. It's a 17,000 crore mission. Do you know the value of it? What B-2 went and did in Iran? It's a 17,000 crore mission. They took off from somewhere from Pacific and came all the way. But US is still the second country to do it. India is the first country to do it. We had pinpoint intelligence. More than the missiles, more than the technology, India is number one in terms of the missile control algorithm. That's computers. Yeah. That's factored in S400. Sir. Ballistic is factored in S400. S400 can at a time it can take on more than 50 targets. And we have S400 is a final orbit. We have 4 level of missile defense system. The one goes, the second goes, the third goes, the fourth one comes on acts. But even in that, that's where Akash Tir comes into play. Akash Tir is one common platform where everything got integrated. So first is the target identification, which is done by one of your radars in the Akash Tir, which is independent of Navy, Air Force or Army. It may be ISRO satellite also. Now you have identified the target has to be allocated to something. Is it a BrahMos unit? Is it a S400 unit? Is it a Akash unit? So the target allocation is done basis 2 things. One is cost and one is speed. This is all A. Once it goes, so now earlier what used to happen is if a missile is fired on Punjab, a military, army air defense will fire back. But today, if a naval ship is close by, which can intercept much faster at much cheaper rate, the naval missile unit is given the target allocation. No, sir, it is not sympathizing. The fact is, we don't want to get into a full-scale war after the economic recovery post-COVID has happened. It's just a scale. That's political call, because the Cabinet Committee of Security has got 3 important people. One is the Foreign Minister, one is the Finance Minister, one is the Defense Minister. Defense, we had an option, but should we actually go into a war at this time? The geopolitical implications. So we said we will have a controlled aggression. Yes, I am angry, but I have control on my anger. Okay. Sir, I think. Okay. So I think Dr. Prakash, you can answer this. So he's asking about, we have these technologies in defense, what we saw just now. Students study something in the college. The industry application part, that IEEE or ICCCNT has something to do with, or in future can we do this? The last question. Prakash.
Sir, in US, what they do is they give a lot of funding to universities, and they give the problems of what they have in the defense or maybe governments. Example, even we have got one funding why African American was not interested to take COVID vaccine. So like during the time everyone took a vaccination, but African American, they don't want to take vaccinations because of in past they have a bad experiences, government tested them, something like that. So government wants to give a lot of funding to test this, why they are not taking. Okay, so they want to give real-time problems, and we give that problems to the students to work on. We will find an algorithms to identify the pattern of their behaviors. Okay, so like that, US wants to give real-time problems to the academicians, so they are able to sharpen their knowledge to the current existing requirements. So now second thing, as I told you, nowadays in the Western countries, the conference is embedded with not only just talking, workshops and exhibitions. Okay? So it's not about people has to come and see what the industries are doing. Okay? So that culture is missing here. So here the problem is the conference is very theoretical. Okay? And people don't interact. So industry people also has to come and do a show in the academics. So a conference is a good platform. It acts as a bridge between two endpoints, academics and industries. So what is the goal of whatever we are studying is at the end it has to be converted into a product, right? But here the academicians, they just study theoretically and they write the exams, they go on, but many people, they don't realize what is the end goal. So this is where the gap, the huge gap is widening. So, and also the education system is not uniform among the nations. At least there should be a bare minimum standards. So that's where if you can able to, from our next conference, we are thinking about giving some free training to an average or below average students nationwide. So at least they can able to, it's an attempt to bridge the gap basically. And we are also trying to organize workshops and exhibitions from all over the country, so that can able to encourage more academicians to sharpen their knowledge, or at least they can realize where they stand and what to catch up. So I'm trying to mimic the model of what I have seen in the Western world. So at least that can able to improve our educational system over here.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash.
I want to add something. Here there is no equal test. The industry is doing something, they blame this side. The institute works as one state. So actually, there's a lot of things happen at the minimal, level. See, the industry around. That's what Prakash told when we hosted the conference here. He told the industry in Indore and the institution in Indore. Why not we come together, get to know each other? Why not?
So we make a lot of attempt. At least industries in Indore can take part in this event. But unfortunately, we couldn't find any success about the local industries. So when you talk about IEEE encourages a lot of industries to come forward and show the latest technologies to the world, means mainly for the academic people. So in US, if you see, they come and give a talk, what they do, and they come and talk about the problems, what they face. Either you can give the solution or at least know what is going on. So that industries mainly like a Noida have a lot of industries. We requested them. So either they can come and do the show on pay basis, or they can come and do the service. So industries, local industries is the first guy should come and step forward to make the changes in the society. So that's how the changes will come. IEEE is a platform, but still the main responsibility starts from the local industries. So they can give they can give internships, they can give free trainings, they can do a lot of steps for the local. They can even adopt a college or a universities, and they can able to shape their local people for a good workforce in the future. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So this is the first time we are trying workshops. We are having 3 workshops, so that's why Shashank came from US. So we are trying to do a robotics just now, and Misty tomorrow, and U-boat day after tomorrow, and we are also having 3 exhibitions too. But this is just a starting point. So even though we received 10,353 papers this time, we became the first time in Asia, but still the other ends to be slowly started, workshops and exhibitions. At some point, if we receive like 100 or 200 companies in the exhibition, then that shows the strength of the nation, what kind of industries you have, and how the academicians can take part in the industry partnerships. So in US, even the industries come and give the jobs in the conferences. Okay, they come and pick the good candidates. They come and give the internships. So that kind of ecosystem we should build.
So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause, firstly for Dr. Prakash, for all our questioners. And I think for Major Madan, the best thank you would be if we all together complete this beautiful sentence. Bharat Mata ki Jai. Kya baat hai. Fantastic. Again, Major Madan, we cannot thank you enough. What a power packed, missile जैसे ही आपकी क्या हिट हुआ है. Fantastic. What a presentation. Again, a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Major. What a privilege to have you with us. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the last segment of day 1 of the 16th ICCCNT at IIT Indore. We have an amazing workshop, and like Dr. Prakash rightly mentioned, we've got an amazing astute leader, Mr. Shashank Sharma, all the way from the US, representing Rover Robotics. Mr. Sharma, what a privilege to have you with us today. Thank you so much for your time. So you've traveled in from the US directly? Wow. So are you jet lagged? What time? What's the biology? Oh, so this is early morning. This is a very early morning presentation that you're giving. Mr. Sharma, thank you so much for your presence. I mean, you've added, I'm sure it'll resonate with everyone, you've added such amazing colors to the 16th ICCC NT, and show is all yours. Please come on up, sir. We've been told you have a very interesting workshop ready for each one of us.
I hope the same.
We are sure.
So I'll get a report as well so that people get some interest.
Absolutely. Would you need any help there? So because Mr. Sharma is traveling from the US, वो अभी 5:30 बज रहे हैं, according to his body. हाँ. अरे सर इंसान तो ह्यूमन, Indians first, human second. Wow. Sir, you've not slept? Oh. Sir, I would request IEEE to welcome sir as one of our speakers for the next segment. Your insights throughout the day have been amazing. Yes, sir. So you will win every discussion. I know for a fact. But fantastic. Thank you for your presence, sir. Mr. Sharma, stage is all yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I guess yes.
Yes.
Very heavy.
That's it, huh? You want me to be here? No. You could have done rehearsal, huh?
I should have done that, yeah. I may need a power for this. Okay, perfect.
There's a power. Dell Alienware gaming, huh?
No. Simulation.
Graphic card. I was a Dell technical support in 2006.
Oh. Sorry? I will duplicate it. Just a second. Meanwhile, I'm connecting it to it.
You need internet?
I did.
Wi-Fi?
No, I got it. I need the password.
Wi-Fi. Password.
Yes, ICCCNT at. Okay, wait.
You got it?
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
As of,
Change?
no, as of now I'm just good. Let's start. Okay, my bad. Settings, display, come on. Let's do mirror. Hi. Good evening, everyone. This is Shashank. I'm a part of Robotics. I've been with the company since 2 years, working as a student and now full-time. And we had an amazing talk before me by Major Madan Kumar sir. And he said something about it, that the missile is in itself a device, a computer, a computing device which is flying. And I was going through the definition of a robot. We'll come to it, but I'll bring back this there. And I would like to thank Dr. Prakash Duraisamy for getting me here all the way. And as he said that, yes, I got my papers published in ICRA recently, and there were tons of companies, tons of colleges, and maximum of the companies and the papers, best paper awards, everything was from China. And that's where we realized that, okay, we are very far behind in a lot of stuff. And it hurts to know that we are behind. But yes, we need to catch up a lot. We have a long way to go. And the good thing which I learned, my professor is a Chinese, under whom I did my thesis. The one thing I learned from him is he's just dead on, spot on, just like Dr. Prakash Duraisamy, very hardworking. He does not sleep at all. Like, you can actually get emails in the night at 3 a.m. Hey Shashank, where are the slides? I cannot see it. Have you worked during the week or not? So that's a dedication. That's, even it's just a week of a work, he needs it to be so perfect that it makes you perfect. Of course, it makes you, it irritates you as well. Like, how many times do I need to do this? Although you update that person orally, he needs it in written, because that happens with us. If we are stuck with something later, if we have something in written that, okay, what we did to fix this, we can always go back and save our time. So let's save time and let's get to the workshop. So we'll be going through the introduction to the ROS2, and I'm glad to be the part of first workshop series of ICCCNT. And as I said, that I'm representing Rover Robotics. To tell you something about Rover Robotics, the Rover Robotics has been there since 2018. We have one robot which is iconic for us, which we have delivered to US Navy, US Army, to the NASA, which has done a lot of simulation, Mars simulations as well. So it's a very small company, but that's why it feels great to make such big impacts in the society. And I think this is the part of me giving back to the country, and that's why I felt nice when Dr. Doraiswamy invited me here, like, hey, can you guys do this? I'm like, yeah, for sure. Because this is a way of me giving back to the country. So let's start with the team. We have Nick. He has been, as I can say that because he studied in my college as well. He did his bachelor's in aerospace, master's in aerospace, and he was in my college as well. So he's technically alumni of my college. He has been in the industry for a long time, and he's an amazing CEO. Brad joined us last year. He had a really good company, and he earned millions and sold it. Right now, he just works for us for free. He just enjoys his life. He goes on tours to a lot of Bahamas and whatnot, and he just sends pictures like, hey, Shashank, let's make the company big, and maybe in a few years you'll be traveling to all these places. That's me, Shashank. I did my bachelor's here in India at VIT Vellore in electrical and electronics. I worked at a company in Bangalore, New Space, Research and Technologies, where we were building a swarm of drones. And then I moved to US to pursue my master's, and here I am. Of course, being into an IT always was a dream. I didn't know that I'll be on the other side of the table. And I have my junior with me at my college, Ramesh. He usually works on LLMs, large language models. He's working on V2X, means there's a technology, like there's a ground support, and those devices are talking to the vehicle. But here, he's working on V2V, vehicle to vehicle. If there are two vehicles merging together, they need to interact with each other so that they do not collide. So he's working on those theses. My theses of my master's were again on swarm of drones, where we were, there was a master and there were 3 slaves. We were working on the fluid dynamics, where we were studying the flow of the smoke to prevent wildfire, or to even know, we had holographic sensors on board to analyze the types of material which is getting burned, so that a pre-advisory can be released amongst the public. Okay, so what is a robot? Can someone just tell me what is a robot? Go ahead. Something that takes its decision itself. Okay, that's one good step. Like, okay, you want to add more? Yeah. Combination of? Okay. So yeah, if we combine both of those things, a machine which can sense, plan, and act is a robot. So now I want to bring back to the missile which Major Sir was talking about. That missile was in the air. Once it is launched, it can sense, it can plan its trajectory, and it can act accordingly. I don't think I have seen missile in terms of robot before than today. So everything around us which can sense, plan, and act is a robot. So basically a goal-oriented machine that can sense, plan, and act. How do you sense things? What does sense mean here? Feedback. Feedback of what? Okay. What are the other ways of getting those signals as a feedback? So we can use eyes, smells, touch, listening. So if there's an ultrasonic sensor, we can listen to it. If there's a camera, we can see through it. If there's something as a touch, we can feel it. So yep, a device that detects and responds to a change in physical environment, converting that a change into a measurable output on an electrical signal, because we are dealing with examples: camera, LiDAR, wheel encoders, which are usually used for odometry, and IMUs. As again, I would like to get back to that sir mentioned about INS, inertial navigation system. It's incomplete without IMU, and of course, extended Kalman filter. So you fuse the data of odometry and IMU to develop an INS. What is the planning over here? How does sensing help us to plan? That's where the plan comes in. So yeah, there could be a global planner, there can be a local planner. So yeah, you're right. Motion or path planning, which is a computational problem to find a sequence of valid configurations that moves the object from source to destination. Of course, you planned a global trajectory, but you have to make sure, you have to continuously have the, as he said, feedback of sensing to navigate through the local environment. So there are a few good algorithms, which is A star, and there's one Indian algorithm as well, which is Dijkstra, which we usually call it, and there's D star. So I believe that D star is a Dijkstra. And ACT, as he said, that we have to act through actuators. A robot that executes the planned actions by sending commands to its actuators, motors, or grippers. This could involve moving, grasping objects, or performing other tasks. So what's the agenda for today? Like, we'll be covering the basic concepts of ROS, like what is in and out, what is ROS, details on the ROS environments, and some tips. Let's see what can we do in the gazebo, of course. Let's see if we are able to complete all this or not. Let's hope for the best. Has anyone worked with ROS before here? You have? It was ROS 2 or ROS 1? Which one? Humble? Then you might know all the things which I'm going to teach today. So yeah, ROS is a middleware or meta operating system. It provides a heterogeneous clusters, and it's irrespective of the hardware, you can implement it anywhere. It can be implemented on and manipulators, drones, and UGVs like this. So what we do in ROS is, like, we pass the messages and we manage the packages going from point A to point B using nodes or topics. We'll see everything around it. So we have softwares here. We have tools for building and distributing ROS-based software, ROS client libraries, implementations like ROS CPP and ROS-PY. So irrespective of any kind of language, you can code it. It can be in CPP or it can be in Python, but major of these two. And we have packages which utilize these client libraries, and which helps us to navigate through the robot and planning everything. So it's a huge open source project which has been implemented for 17 years now. So why ROS? Because it eliminates the unnecessary rewriting of a common code. Basically, it helps us to reinvent the wheel again and again. If there are libraries available, so why not use it? There's no harm in using libraries. Because if you don't want to use a library, then make sure that you always design a print function as well. So if you're using a print function, never be ashamed of using any kind of libraries. But always make sure how it works. So
instead of using every single robot implementing its own tools and message passing, use the libraries. Actually, you don't have to be an expert in every subfield. You can build off the work of others. I believe that everyone might be aware of GitHub here. So that's how the knowledge transfer happens. Okay, you build something, nice, I need it. Can I have it? Sure, fork it. Why not? And yes, robots, if you're dealing with robots, I learned one thing during my master's, is like the master of robotics is jack of electrical, computer science, and mechanical. It's like jack of all fields and master of robotics. So ROS came in picture. It was developed by 3 Stanford students, and they used to call it switchyard. And initially envisioned as a starting place for academia to build upon, but it has been adapted into industry now as well. Industrial adoption has come a long ways, starting from 2012. And in the other words of one of the founder, Eric Berger, something that didn't suck in all those dimensions. That's ROS. Do you guys have computers with you? You have? Do you guys have Linux in it? No? Do you guys have, whoever has, do they have Ubuntu 22? 22? Have you guys installed the ROS as well? No? Only one person. Okay, so easy way we did was so this is managed by me and Ramesh now. There were a lot of people before us, but this is the official GitHub of Rover Robotics. We have controls in it. We have simulations in it, and it's completely open source, completely free. Sure? Yes, you can definitely use WSL, but it would be just like flashing this computer with Mac OS. So if something is made for some particular platform, use it for that, because it's still like, if you have to use WSL, I believe you have to use Windows 10. No? But because when I went through it, literally, to be frank, WSL was used by one of my lab mate, and he was using it because he was using Unreal Engine. And that's the reason he was using WSL. But since we were using it directly on the drones, we had Jetsons, and we were directly using it on the Jetsons. So it's good to have Ubuntu and use it. It gives you a lot more flexibility, and it gives you upper hand when you are out in the industry, because you are already well versed with Linux. So as I was telling, that this GitHub repo is completely free, completely open. You can use it. We have simulations in it. We have complete guides in it. What to do, how to do, everything is here. And you guys can definitely raise issues. There are many. I have closed a few. Suppose like, how do I install RealSense 2? Because there are general problems. We also face through it, and we always find a way around it. There are multiple, of course, working with Jetson is pain in the bum, and they hardly have a lot of stuff, but we have to dig around. We always find solutions. So if you are working with anything, just raise an issue if you find any issue, kind of. So yeah. And if you want to install ROS, you can just go here, Rover install scripts. We have scripts for installation as well, so you do not have to do anything. You just have to run, you have to just clone it and run it. And have faith, as one of the person was saying, that there is no trust in amongst the people. So trust is something which we have to develop. that I'm not putting any malware on your laptop. Okay? So install it, run it. You will be able to install everything. Not the turtle sim though. We have URDs for our robots because we do indoor navigation, outdoor navigations, and without URDs it's not possible. So the moment we have a new robot, we create the 3D simulation for that, and it's ready to use. So since a lot of people don't have laptop, I'll do one thing. I'll run everything on my laptop locally, and since we have only one robot, so we'll be doing a lot of simulations. That would be easier for us to learn. So, yeah, if you have a computer and if you have your own URDF, you can use all these things to set up a computer of your own, and it's just a one line. It's very easy. Okay, let's go. And if you face any problems regarding installations or anything, you can just ping it on the GitHub. I'll reply you as fast as I can. I think my poster also has my email ID. You can email me regarding it. I usually take out, like, sometimes I have customers in Japan, so I have to wake up at 5:30 a.m., 6 o'clock, so that I can help them, because their night is my very early morning and my late night is their very early morning. But I do take out times and try to help everyone. So let's go with the ROS 2 basics. We'll be going with ROS 2 graphs, nodes, topics, messages, services, parameters, and naming conventions. Let's see. So ROS 2 graph. I think there are two people. There's one person who has worked with ROS. Can you explain what is ROS graph? No. Okay. No, this is not a data structure. This is not a data structure. This is a graph, is a network of ROS 2 elements processing data together at the same time. It encompasses all the executables and the connections between them. And if you were to map all them, out and visualize them, basically ROS operates in a distributed manner, passing messages between discrete programs called nodes on named buses called topics. I know these are few confusing names, but we'll come to it. Yeah. So we'll come to it. We have GIFs later in this presentation, so that it's easier to understand. And parameters can be accessed by multiple nodes via parameter server. I'll try to have layman language, layman examples as well for you to understand. Okay, so what is a ROS 2 node? So let me just. So these two things are the nodes. What is a node? A node itself is a program. Okay, so each node in ROS should be responsible for a single modular purpose. Example, controlling the wheel motors and publishing the sensor data from a laser rangefinder. Suppose one of the node could be just getting the data from wheel odometry. One of the node could be just getting the data from the LiDAR. One of the can be just getting data from IMU. So basically a node is a self-contained program. And what node will do is, this is a bus and it will send message over the bus, and that bus is called topic. So a full robotic system is comprised of many nodes working in cohort or working in concert. In ROS 2, a single executable C++ Python, a C++ program or Python program can contain one or more nodes. Of course, let's take example of our human body. Let's assume the visual part of our brain is a node, and its purpose is to get the visual data from the eyes. For ears, it's to get the waves on our eardrums to understand how far the things are. And everything works in coordination. And that's how we move as well, right? Like now the brain says, okay, there's nothing in front of you, so just move. So you're actuating it. So you sense it, you plan, and then you actuate. So our human body is kind of a robot, although we are not living in a simulation, and I can't prove otherwise. Yep, so ROS2 topic. ROS2 breaks complex systems down into many modular nodes. Topics are vital elements of the ROS graph that act as a bus for nodes to exchange many messages. A node may publish data to any number of topics and simultaneously have subscription to any number of topics. I believe that after the digital India revolution, everyone is very familiar with the term subscriptions, right? So a topic can be subscribed by multiple other things. To explain that, I'll come with a layman language, layman example though. Topics are one of the main ways in which the data is moved between nodes and therefore between different parts of the system. Let me highlight one point, which is one of the main ways. There is one more way to transfer the data from point A to point B. But topic is one of the way. And you can see that you are transmitting a message from point A to point B. Right? So, yeah. So topics. So yeah, you can see that there are two nodes or multiple nodes which are subscribed to a single topic, and there are multiple nodes which are publishing to a single topic. Is there doubt over here? Yes. So subscribing means it's easier to understand that you want to know all its information, right? Whatever that, suppose subscription on a YouTube, whatever that YouTuber is publishing, you want to subscribe it. Did you get it? So whatever that YouTuber is publishing on continuous motion, if you're absorbing it, you're subscribing to it, and it will keep on publishing it, right? So we have, okay, you know what? Let's go with the simulations now, so that at least you'll get the gist of things which I'm trying to tell. Sorry? Yes, it depends if you need it or not. Yes, and it's yeah. So basically, the moment you subscribe it, you can unsubscribe it, but until you're subscribed, you will keep on getting the data. Now it depends on you if you want to utilize the data or not. Let's go with our, okay, since we are using Mighty, let's go with the Mighty. Just bear with me, because since I'm launching a simulation, my computer tends to fly. So you can see that this is the same robot, but it has a payload on it and it has a LiDAR. And tomorrow I wish to have a demonstration of live SLAM as well as live autonomous navigation of this robot, maybe around here. So if you want to try something else on this robot, that's why I gave you the resource of GitHub. You can make changes, you can do whatever you want. I have a computer as well. I have Seed NX, which is completely configured, and we can run if you want to have. But I'll have the basic demo of SLAM as well as the autonomous navigation. So I just launched this robot over here. Let's visualize the LiDAR so that we know. Okay, come on, don't ditch me. Can I get a mouse? Yeah. Does someone has a mouse?
Give one copy.
I won't be able to sleep tonight then.
Have. The voice should be louder.
Okay, so you can see that it's LiDAR and. Sorry? No, so we are slowly building up to it. So first we'll do it in simulation so that people understand that what we are actually doing. And it's easier for me to do it, to show it from here, so that they can understand what's actually going on the hardware. And the translation of simulation to hardware, because that's what we do at the company as well. If simulation is not working, I'll not bonk my head around the hardware, because I know that if it's not working in simulation, it will not work on the hardware. So even when we develop things, we work on the simulation first. Because we had an incident at the work where an old lady literally hit this robot and it crushed it. So around 8 to 10 lakhs were just wiped away that day. So it's always good.
It's very heavy, I guess.
It's heavy?
So I checked,
Yes, it is heavy. But yeah. No, she hit by the car. Yes, she hit the robot by the car. So you can see that this is a LiDAR, and I have unticked the non-hitting rays, which means that there are rays which are going beyond 30 meters, but they are not hitting it. These are the close ones which are hitting the objects, and that's what we can see when we do the SLAM. So now, since we have a simulation running, we have a lot of nodes running, we have a lot of topics, and we have a lot of messages which are running through these topics. So let's go through those. So there are two nodes which are running, Robot State Publisher and ROS GZ Bridge. Let's see how many topics are there. Okay, so I can see that there's IMU data, there's a fix, it's a GPS fix, command well. We have scan topic is the LiDAR, and we can see it's right here. These are the blue rays are the LiDARs, and we have odometry wheels. So yes, it is a robot, but if I'm driving it, if I'm taking over it, it's not a robot. As we discussed, a robot is a machine which can sense, plan, and act. So until and unless it is autonomous or does things of its own, we cannot claim it as a robot. If I'm driving it, I'll call it a toy because I'm driving it. So these were the notes, and these are can actually move like a crab. Like it's facing this way, but it's moving that way. So to move the robot, I need to publish something on twist. And let's see what's next. So in ROS2 topic list, we'll have ROS2 topic list -t, which we did. And that's what it shows, like what kind of messages we have over here. And then we have ROS2 topic echo. Let's see what does an IMU data would be giving us. So we have linear acceleration and covariances. Angular velocities, linear acceleration, and covariances. So as you can see that these are e to the power -15, so it's technically 0. It's not moving at all. And these are the, what do you call it? I forgot a term for this. But these are the x, y, z, and w's for the orientations. And let's see what does the ROS2 topic info would do for us. As we can see, we have a type sensor.message IMU, which we confirmed using -t. Now we have publisher count 1 and subscription count 1. Means there is something which is publishing on this topic, and there is something which is subscribing to it. Means there is one creator, means it's getting data, but there is one person who is accessing the data to it. We'll come to it. What is accessing the data? Okay, we'll see what else is getting the data. And ROS2 interface show. Let's see how to do that. Okay, I need to see how to use that. Okay, I can come back. As a teacher, I'll say that I can come back to it later. Yeah. So as he was asking that what to publish. If I have to publish something on ROS2 topic, suppose twist, I have to publish it in the similar way. Yeah, that's confusing. If I have to publish something on twist, it has to be in terms of x, linear acceleration as x, y, z. Let me show you again. Suppose if I'm accessing the data, let's go to twist. Come on, Will. Since nothing is getting published to it, we do not have anything over here. The moment we start publishing in terms of x, y, z and roll pitch here, we'll have the data over here, and that's how we know, okay, these are the values which are getting published to command well. And to demonstrate that, I can show you something. And yes, we drive the robot using PS4 and PS5 controllers. Even if it's remotely placed, you can teleop it using the PS4, PS5 controllers. It's that easy. So since it is already paired with my computer, I believe so. Yep, it's paired. Let me just launch the node for the controller. Okay. You saw something came here. It was 0, 0 because I'm not publishing anything. But the moment I start pressing it, let's see what happens. So this guy is here, chilling around. The moment I start publishing using the controller, you see that? It's moving and it shows in which direction it's moving. As I said, it will only move in x in linear direction x and z, yaw. If I start publishing angular, it will be yaw. You can see that. And the moment I move ahead, you'll see that the lasers are changing. It means since we are only displaying what the laser or LiDAR is, it's hitting the rays to the robot. So these are the values which I am publishing through the controller. Okay? So if you have to publish, if you have to move the robot again, what you do is you have to write a code to plan, sense, and do whatever, but at the end you have to do the actuation. That's when the command velocity comes in. Yeah? It's the joystick. With a D-pad, you can increase and decrease the speed of the input from the joystick. So that's how we have programmed it. Okay, what was I saying? Yeah, so if you have to write your own command or your own program to make the robot move, suppose you have an object following robot. The moment it sees a red color, it should keep following it at a certain distance. You can have a distance monitor, or you can have a real sense to it, connected to it, because it has depth sensing as well as the camera. You connect a camera to it, it is able to detect a ball or a shape or a color. You keep on following it until that distance. If it goes beyond it, again keep following it. So you sense it, you plan it. You plan that, okay, it's going beyond the distance it should be. So you do what? You actuate. By how? By publishing commands like this on command well. So this is a very basic example of moving a robot. But if you write your own code, you can move the robot on your own. So yeah, ROS to publisher is done. ROS to messages. As we discussed that topics, so nodes publish messages through topics. So these are the messages we are talking about. A topic can only send and receive one type of message. A message can contain multiple variables. As I said, this is a topic, but there are multiple messages. They are lined up in X, Y, Z linear and X, Y, Z angular. So I'm just publishing on one topic, but there are different variables, and I'm differentiating those variables. So a topic can consist of multiple variables, but a topic, I'll come back to it, but a topic can have only one type of data. Go ahead. It's a bus. So suppose it's a serial bus or a CAN bus, but CAN can have multiple data. And if something is communicating with other device or a certain baud rate, you can only publish at that certain baud rate. Similar here, a topic is can contain only one type of message. You can publish anything you want on this, but it will not be useful. You can publish anything you want, but it will not be used by someone else because it's not in that same format. I do not know Russian, but you are here speaking Russian. You can publish anything you want on me, but I will not be able to understand it. So we need to have a common bandwidth or common platform for us to understand. And that's why a topic can have only one type of messages.
What is that linear and angular? Where
Yes. So linear is moving front, back. Angular means it's a XYZ axis. And here I'm yes. So Z, I'm publishing something around Z. So N is angular. So if it's Z and it's angular, it's either this way or this way. It's either down or up. Yeah. It can be, how can I explain? the theta of rotation can be negative and positive. So it can move left and right. So this is the axis of rotation. So z is the axis of rotation. If it's x, it can be like this, right? So if it's z, it can just rotate left and right. If the surface is tilted, it cannot tilt. If it has, if
Tilted, it will adjust the speed of the wheel, right?
it will what? Yeah. UIDF, I can show you. It's right there. So 3D file of gazebo. So this is the warehouse is already available through ROS. The UIDF, again, I can show you a very easy thing. If you go to FAQ files, we have all these 3D CAD models, STLs, available for everyone. So let's go. Here are the files. These are the CAD models. If you have your own environment, you can import these things. And UIDF is very easy. Like I'll be teaching it tomorrow. But what you do is you download this, you convert it into .dae. What I do is I segregate all the wheels. Although you can do it in SDF as well, but I do using UIDF. I segregate wheels, I segregate the body, and then I assemble it in the RViz. I visualize it. So if I have to visualize it, easiest way to visualize is through RViz, because it does not put a lot of load on your computer. So I'll give example of Mega. This is the new robot which we are launching. It's, if you get an idea of it, it's around 1 meter long. Yes, it can carry a lot of load. And as of now, we are estimating it to be around 200 kgs minimum. Yes, it is big enough for me to. I have sat on this and I have driven it. It can actually pull you. We have smaller robot than this, which can actually tow the car. So this is in fact more capable, and you can actually sit on this. I think we had a demo built and we were not able to stop it. So we tested really hard.
Highest load.
Yes, this is the highest load. Minimum.
It can pull a small mini truck.
Smaller, the robot smaller than this. We have a video on YouTube that a robot smaller than this have pulled a Subaru car.
With load.
It was not with load. It was just towing the car, but it is a small robot. Yes, no, this is for agriculture purposes. You can actually put a.
The city it will be useful because they tow cars, it becomes a big nuisance.
Right. I'm not sure how safe would that be, but you can actually put a big robotic arm on this and do the manipulations. It would be easier for putting a robotic arm and doing the manipulations. For your question, if you go to GitHub and robotics descriptions, you can find meshes and UIDF. So UIDF is completely built, and if you have to have a different, if you want to import a wheel from here, we have Max chassis, we have Mega chassis, we have everything here, and we import it in the UIDFs over here. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's what you're doing. Yes. Yeah. I don't mind. I don't mind either. I can take it as well, and I can leave it as well. Okay. Sure. Yeah. So. No. The secret is not mine anymore. We have sold it. हाँ नहीं बिल्कुल. Correct. Yes, that's why I closed it at 5. Yeah. I can pull and I can compress. Depends on you how much time you give me. Yes. Not really. Not really.
So let's start right there.
Right.
Then we can take it back. You want 4 years, fine.
Okay.
Let's start then. Have a break at lunch. Then evening and Sunday.
Thank you. Sure, sir. Of course. Okay. Thank you. And if you have any doubts, we can continue tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. All the way from the US, it's 7 a.m. 6:30? That's early. Again, it's early.
I haven't slept the whole night.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for Mr. Sharma all the way from the US just to educate each and every one of you sitting here. And as a small token of our appreciation, of course, IEEE would present you with a small token, requesting Dr. Prakash to please present a memento. Mr. Sharma, if you could just step down. And sir, we should also appreciate of all the students, while we completely understand 5 was the cutoff, the students who actually were very inquisitive and asked questions are the ones still sitting. So much appreciated. This shows a dedication, and looking forward to meeting you all tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Sharp. We'll start off with exactly where we dropped off. Until then, you've been a lovely audience. With this, we come to the end of day 1 of the 16th ICCCNT at IIT Indore. You've been a lovely audience. A big round of applause to each one of you. Thank you so much. Milte hain kal 9:30. So, is it like a break for Oriental College then? आप सबकी 1 हफ्ते की छुट्टी है क्या? Or is this like counted as attendance? हाँ जी? Oh, अरे best. Good for them, sir. Back in our days, I'm one of that generation now that speaks back in our days. We did not have 1 week of workshops. But thank you so much. Thank you. Meet you all tomorrow. Same place.